Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Susanne Kührer. I'm working for DIHs Digital and I'm the coordinator of the MIDIH project. I would really like to welcome all of you at our Gare MIDIH, your station for the digital transformation. I'm happy that we have here so many participants that want to see what we have achieved in our project. Today, 3 trains will leave the Gare MIDIH and show you the results from the different aspects of the project. So let's go to the agenda. We will have an introduction from Fabio Pianesi from DIHs Digital and from Sergio Gusmaroli from Polimi. And then our first train will start at 9:15, where we will see the digital innovation hubs, the measures and tools for DIH governance and sustainability. Then we will have at 10:45 a second train starting from Gare MIDIH to the open source digital manufacturing platform. And then we will have a third train starting at 12:15 from Gare MIDIH to the Innovation and Collaboration Platform for the regional manufacturing DIH. We call it DIHIWARE. So I give the floor to Fabio and thank you for joining this event.
Can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and sorry for the inconvenience. So I will go through a deeper view on the agenda today. And as we said, MIDIH is an Horizon 2020 innovation action. It will going to finish its 3 years at the end of September, and this is the final event of MIDIH. MIDIH is an I4MS Phase 3 project. I4MS is a program inside the Horizon 2020, and it is about ICT innovation for manufacturing SMEs. And in particular, MIDIH is focusing on CPS and IoT, so Industry 4.0. And there are 3 main classes of outcomes and assets from the MIDIH project. And we have devoted 1 train for each of these classes of results. The first class of results is train 1. And train 1 is a train which is addressing the point of digital innovation hubs and the digital innovation hubs networks. The train will leave La Gare du Midi at 9:15, as we said, and the final destination of this train is the Digital Europe program in the next multi-annual financial framework of the European Commission. But we have an intermediate stop in I4MS Phase 4. So the I4MS Phase 4 projects, innovation actions, are innovation actions which are addressing digital innovation hub in manufacturing according to different perspectives. The perspective of digital twins, artificial intelligence, human-robot collaboration, laser technologies, and also the geographical perspective of widening the ecosystem of digital innovation hub in manufacturing. And train 1 will be introduced by our guest, Anna Puig-Centelles from the European Commission, DG Connect, which is also our project officer. And she will give us the perspective of European Commission, especially regarding the next multi-annual financial framework. Then we will have 2 presentations from inside the MIDIH consortium, which will show which are the achievements and which are the assets that the MIDIH is going to offer to digital innovation hubs who want to better structure their portfolio of services to have a more efficient management and governance of their ecosystem, and to be more effective in their innovation impact on the market. After that, we will have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion is moderated by Oscar Lazaro, who is from Innovalia, another MIDI beneficiary. But we also invited two guests which play a very important role in the DIH, in the European DIH community. And these are external experts from MIDI, and we will involve them in the panel discussion. Giovanna Galasso from PwC and Moritz Butter from Pieno. The second train will depart at 10:30, and it is at 10:45, sorry, and it is about the technical assets of MIDI. MIDI is also developing an open source digital manufacturing platform, and this is very important for the future for Horizon Europe and Digital Europe to have the European.
You have entered as an attendee in listen-only mode.
Okay. And this is very important because this is a battle that Europe cannot afford to lose, which means the B2B platform battle. And so this is our contribution to this European offer of B2B platforms. And of course, as an intermediate stop of this train, we will have the digital manufacturing platform cluster of Horizon 2020, which is coordinated and supported by the Connected Factories coordination and support action. Again, as above, we will have an intro message from the European Commission, in particular Rosita Georgieva, about the digital manufacturing platform and how the concept of digital manufacturing platform will evolve in the next European programs. Then again, we will have two presentations from the MIDI ecosystem. And the first presentation from Jesus Benedicto Atos is presenting the open source platform, the different components and the different lanes and all the characteristics of our platform, which is a middleware, basically. And then in the second slot, we will present how the platform has been integrated, adopted, and exploited in 3 industrial cases. And the 3 industrial cases in MIDI are in the domain of cutting tools, Tivoli Neco, in the domain of automotive, Fiat, and in the domain of 3D printing networks, IDSA and ThyssenKrupp. Finally, there is a panel discussion which is moderated by Sebastian. And in this panel discussion, we will have also some other protagonists of the development of the MIDI open source digital manufacturing platform. And we will see the point of view of a foundation like the FIWARE Foundation, which is promoting genuine European open source framework, and then the point of view of 2 SMEs, which are key players in our ecosystem. Train 3 is from Gare MIDI to EU DIH network. In this train, we will show you one specific asset we developed inside MIDI, which is the DIHIWARE Innovation and Collaboration Platform. And so this platform is a platform which is used by digital innovation hubs on the one side to manage and govern their ecosystem of competence centers and SMEs, students. It depends on the nature of the digital innovation hub. On the other side, this platform allows also cross-DIH collaboration and the exchange of knowledge, access to knowledge between one DIH and another DIH. And this session will be introduced by two representatives of Engineering Informatica, which is a MIDI beneficiary, Angelo Marguglio and Rosa Maria Maniaci. They will present the DIHIWARE, and Rosa Maria will also run a short demo of the DIHIWARE. Then we have Pierre-Yves Danet, and Pierre-Yves Danet is from Orange in France. He is not in the MIDI consortium, but we involved him because he is the person in charge of the IoT DIH network in the Alliance for IoT Innovation, and so he is one of the potential adopters of this DIHIWARE platform. And after that, we will have a panel discussion moderated by myself, where we have invited Nadia Scandelli, who is from Sicily, and she is inside the MIDI consortium, and Nicola Plantamura from Confapi, who is an external expert and who will report about his experimentation with the DIHIWARE platform. And that's all. Now we have train one, which is going to leave from platform one.
I give Fabio.
Hello, guys. Sorry for the interruption, but we will have problems even though we are digital. So Sergio already provided a brilliant introduction to the project and main results. What is left to me is just to introduce you to a few of the reasons and the background and the reasons why EIT Digital got engaged in this endeavor as a coordinator. First of all, the fact sheet presents you the largeness of the project in terms of duration, our coordinator, and funding. But what is more important, the composition of the partnership coming from 12 different countries, and the amount that we devoted to open calls. And I will say a few words about the importance and the role of the open calls. And finally, the industrial pilots that saw the engagement of major industrial European groups. So why getting into that? The conception of a journey is really appropriate for MIDI from our point of view. There was a lot of talking about the digital innovation hubs. As you all know, digital innovation hubs are one-stop shops, blah, 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 etc., etc. But that was, at that time, still to a large extent talk. MIDI was one of the way, for us was the way, to start making this real and realizing all the basics for turning digital innovation hubs from something being talked about to something being on the ground. The first ingredient was a large participation of actual real regional digital innovation hubs in the consortium, competence centers providing the technology competencies, didactic factories. So you see all the various elements from what we now used to call the test before invest, the skill building and the reskilling, and then the large partnership providing the basic assets in terms of IT companies that were all together into one and the same consortium. The realization, which you will have much time to hear about, were for us astounding. The open source reference architecture, which is something designed and having been tested by the member of the consortium, the digital innovation hubs, and the competence centers. Skills, and they were also largely tested. That was an important asset of the project through 32 large experiments involving SMEs from all over Europe. we experimented and tested the new ideas concerning skills and jobs, in particular the 6P migration methodology that, again, you will hear much more about in a few minutes. We didn't neglect the regulatory framework through the participation of the IDS and data sovereignty framework, and was embedded into the open source platform. And last but not least, what is for digital innovation hubs on the table, besides making available to their customers the platform, the migration methodology, etc. Collaboration methods, collaboration business models and operational models, collaboration between them and their customers, but also more importantly at this point, the collaborations across digital innovation hubs, introducing and experimenting with the topic of cross-border collaboration. This was enabled factually by our collaboration business model and by the DIHIWARE Collaboration Platform. Okay, so you see that the picture of the realization that we came across with the MIDIH project at this point, and you see this picture. At this point, this picture sort of magically maps into something that I guess you are also familiar with. So this project has really been the ideal transition with the past DEI initiative and its ambition into the realization that will be taken over into the new framework program. And magically as it is, I thank you for your attention and wish you a very, very fruitful discussion today.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for this introduction, and also to you, Sergio. It was I hope it was very interesting for the partner, for all the people attending here. I would like to make some general announcements before we are stepping on the first train. So we are registering this event so that it can be also seen later on. You can make questions via the chat. We will try to answer them in the question and answer session if the time allows it. If not, we will come back to you later on. But we will also, you can also make questions afterwards, and we will make available all the presentations. We will send them to all the participants the link where you can access both the video and also the presentations. So I think this is all I would like to say, and let's go on the first train. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, and welcome everyone to train 1. That is the train that departs from Gare du Midi to digital innovation hubs, methods, and tools for governance and sustainability. This train is actually looking into key elements that are relatively and definitely very important for the sustainability of DIH in the future. Particularly, we are going to focus on collaboration methods, governance, business models, and value propositions across DIH collaboration. DIHs are a life element, and they are actually a key component of the European strategy and something that brings together key elements as part of the I4MS program: digitalization, manufacturing, innovations, and SMEs. This train will be organized in 2 parts, as Sergio was introduction. So first, we will have some presentations from the European Commission, the Politecnico di Milano, and EIT Digital, and then 2 very well-known speakers in the area of DIH collaborations and DIH policies will join us for the panel from PricewaterhouseCoopers and TNO in the Netherlands. So I would not like to steal any more time from the presenters, so I would like to hand over to our colleague from the European Commission, the program officer Anna Puig Centelles, that will do the first introduction and the first presentation in this train. So all the floor is yours, Anna.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this special final event of MIDI. Great project, almost ending. And yeah, also very good partners, very good people working on it. So yes, I would like to thank you for inviting me, especially Susanna and the team for the great work. And let's start with the presentation I would like to give you. First of all, I would like to quote one of Ursula von der Leyen, our president from the European Commission, one of the quotes that I like to start with, because this makes us focus on what are we doing and why do we do all this. No, it's to help businesses big and small to harness the full potential of AI. We will invest in a network of local digital innovation hubs and in centers of excellence for advanced research and education. So that is why we do this. Next, please. Here, very quickly, I would like to show you where do we stand today. Why do we do this? We have here the European companies that are more digitized and less digitized according to 2019. You can see how there is the use of digital solutions by businesses remains uneven. So since this is irregular, since we have many differences, we want to build on that. We want to help them to digitize all along Europe. And next. Here the same, I just wanted to show you a snapshot about the countries of all member states from Europe. You can see the differences between Denmark, for example, or Greece. The level of digitalization of the companies in their country is different. So we still have work to do in order to improve that. Next, please. Yeah, as Fabio just showed you, this is a digital innovation hub, and these are the services that he just mentioned. So in order to help these companies that I was telling you that need to be digitized, I mean, since they are not investing enough in digitalization, we, through DIHs, are going to help them in achieving this digitalization. We will call European Digital Innovation Hubs to these DIHs that will be funded through the Digital Europe program. We want to create a network of DIHs to help them in their transformation through these DIH services. The EDIHs, the European Digital Innovation Hub, will advise with technologies, with services to the SMEs that are not highly digitized, and we will help them to achieve a higher level of digitalization. We want to bring the user needs and the suppliers together. So this is one of the services that is going to offer the EDI. We want to build in an ecosystem in order to help regions work better. Yeah, as I said, EDIs should respond to the needs of the local economy in terms of digital transformation and build on strengths of the region. I mean, there is no need to start from scratch, but from things that are already functioning in the region. We want to build on that. Here you have the typical participants that we expect to have in the core, but then we have a lot of different kind of collaborations, such as Fabio was mentioning, MIDI, or a DIH could also be a collaborator inside of an EDI. Next, please. Regarding the funding programs from the next MFF, I wanted to show you here ones from European level and another ones at a national level. As you may know, this is going to be the Digital Europe program. We're going to fund EDIs. This is going to be a co-funded instrument between the member states and the European Commission. But regarding the Horizon 2020, that will become Horizon Europe, where MIDI is being funded, I wanted to tell you that we are going to keep on that. We want to go to cluster 4, to destination 1 section on advanced digital technologies for manufacturing. So we are thinking on continuing that with the topic I4MS 2.0. We will focus on supporting SMEs in the manufacturing sector with their green and digital transformation. And we will continue doing the cascade funding and the FSTP as you were used to do it. And as also Fabio just mentioned, you were doing it in MIDI. So yes, last thing, DEP will not give cascade funding, but Horizon Europe will. So the EDI, this is the new, the EDI will be funded through DEP. This is the new program, and we will give 1 grant per hub. This grant will be to help SMEs with their services. Next, please. Yeah, you just saw the network of EDIs that we expect to have all along Europe, up to 200 EDIs we expect. So I wanted to explain you here that we also need expertise in here, and sometimes the EDI is going to need knowledge from competence centers, from other DEP pillars, because we want to train the trainer, which is going to be the EDI, to train the SMEs. Sometimes an EDI does not have all the knowledge in HPC, AI, or the skills needed in this right moment, so we can go to another place to get this knowledge, train the trainer, and then to spread this knowledge. Here is the, we call also the export import. Here, knowledge and technology, we can go from one EDI to another EDI to give this knowledge, or to bring it here if we need it in order to spread. And we want to work in complementarity of expertise. We want to share knowledge. We want to learn from other EDIs that have the know-how, and we want to bring it to us. We want to share the good practices to become better more quickly. Next, please. Yeah, sometimes an EDI does not have a focus or a specialization, but sometimes it has it. It means that depends on the needs of the local economy or the region, depends on the smart specialization strategy they are focusing on. We need to think of what specialization we want to give to our EDI. We expect at least to select one of the key technologies from DEP, which are AI, HPC, or cyber. But of course, think of a matrix. We can also have at the same time different other technologies, different applications, and different sectors in the same EDI. Because as I said, this has to be based on local economy and regional needs. Next, please. Yes, we talk all the time about EU added value. We want to have in an EDI a capacity building. We want to exchange experiences, good practices. We want EDIs which are more mature to help the less mature ones. We want all of them at least select one of the key DEP technologies. We want to use the trainer as I told you, or we can go to another pillars to get this knowledge. But we cannot forget about the EU added value that we think. I mean, it's not just that an EDI needs to stay only in the member state. We want them to go abroad. We want them to give knowledge and to bring knowledge in order to have this European network widely all along Europe. Next, please. Okay, the process for the EDI network, as we expect by today, is going to be with 2 steps. First step is going to be the member states who are going to select a candidate list, and then the Commission from this candidate list, we will launch a restricted call only for this list in order to become European digital innovation hubs if they pass the threshold. We will evaluate, are you as used to see in Horizon 2020, and you need to pass the threshold if you want to become an EDI. Of course, we will help you in improving the proposal and improving the submission if you cannot reach the threshold. But if you do not reach the threshold, you will not become an EDI, even though you've been selected by your member state. Next, please. Yes, at this right moment, we are waiting for the complete agreement with the MFF. So we expect in October to have it ready, the agreement with the MFF. So the designation of the hubs by the member states, we also expect them to have it in October, because in November, we are planning to have an online event, and we want to invite all the potential European digital innovation hubs designated by all the member states, because we want them all to network and to understand and to improve the proposal already submitted to the member state to get a European added value. We want you to go further. And in this 2 days online event, we will help you on that. So we expect to have the adoption of the Digital Europe program in November, and the adoption of the work program in December. So the launch of the first call, we expect to have it December or January, with deadline March, April, and the second one, September or October 2021. The second one will be only for the ones that could not reach the threshold in the first call. Next, please. Yeah, I didn't want to finish without concluding that, in our opinion, MIDIH has arrived to the end with many achievements accomplished. It has been an important project that has delivered many good results, and now we should build on those results and go further. One of the ways to maximize the impact of the outcomes of MIDIH is for you to apply for the EDIHs in depth. This was also in your agenda, as I can see from the explanation from Fabio. And in this end, we also expect the MIDIH results to play the role in the Horizon Europe, in the manufacturing domain that I just explained you before in my slide. Next. Yeah, I just let you hear some written information that you can double check if you want to go further from my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anna. I believe this was a very comprehensive presentation of the plans ahead and the challenges that we will face in the evolution of the European network of Digital Innovation Hub, something that MIDIH is definitely involved in and is supporting intensively. And I believe one of the issues that you were raising in your presentation was the need to lift our capabilities of the European DIHs through sharing and collaboration. And I believe our next speaker, Sergio Gusmeroli from the Polytechnic of Milan, could give us some insights on the learnings, findings, and highlights, lowlights that we have had during our trip in MIDIH in terms of methods and tools to enhance these digital transformation powers of the hubs. So the floor is yours, Sergio, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Oscar and Anna. So here in this presentation, but also in the next one, the two are chained. MIDIH will present its results for improving the efficiency and the effectiveness of digital innovation hubs. So this session is mainly devoted to digital innovation hubs as an audience, but also to the SMEs, both from the provider side and from the user side. And in this case, user means manufacturing industry, in order to show methods, tools, and you will see also in Train 3, an ICT platform to support this. So please feel free to contact us if you want to validate and experiment these methods and tools in your constituency, and we will be glad to extend the ecosystem of validations of these tools. I will start from one consideration. So everybody is speaking about the DIH, and but the DIH is a good word, but it includes very, very different types of organizations with very different aims, objectives, origins, strategies, and so on. We started MIDIH in 2017, 3 years ago, and we perceived this difference, and in the proposal, so well before 2017, we envisaged to involve different typologies of candidate DIH or DIH, because we thought that they would have different needs, different requirements. And that's why we selected these 4 categories of Digital Innovation Hub. We can say that the first category the first category was about competence centers, and we selected 9 competence centers in Europe, which were leading edge organizations in the domain of CPS IoT, cyber physical system, and the Internet of Things applied to manufacturing. These 9 competence centers have a smart specialization in one specific aspect of cyber physical system and industrial IoT. Some of them are more focused on the connectivity, on the interoperability protocols. Some others are more about data analytics and industrial data analytics. Some others are more oriented towards AI. Some others are more oriented about cloud and HPC infrastructure. Some others are more oriented about cybersecurity. So this is our first ingredient and our first target. But we also involved so-called didactic factories. In our opinion, there is a network of didactic factories in Europe which needs to be exploited. What are these didactic factories? Are factories which whose major aim is to offer training and education services to both students but also to SMEs. And we have several of these didactic factories in Europe. There is one project in Factories of the Future, which is called DEMOFAC, where we have collected 5 of them, and we are networking them. And so the point is how to exchange knowledge, how to exchange information, how to create a network of didactic factories. So in order that, for instance, a student from anywhere in Europe could access the facilities in Politecnico di Milano or in Novalia in order to be trained, in order to be educated on CPS and IoT. Most of these didactic factories are also testing and experimental facilities. So the so-called TEF, which will be another pillar in Digital Europe, in the next Digital Europe program. So these facilities, these didactic factories, have a physical lab, a physical testing and experimental facility where students and SMEs could perform their test before invest activities. Then we also chose 2 regional manufacturing digital innovation hubs, that is 2 entities which already have an history of some years of providing services to their constituency. And we took them, one from the Ireland and the other from Scotland. And this is important because these entities have a very strong mission and a very strong relationship with the regional authorities. And so we wanted here to test and experiment the regional dimension of the digital innovation hubs, and the fact that how the regional dimension could be integrated with interregional collaboration and with region to Europe collaboration. And then we have three very interesting cases of pan-European organizations. You know that these three organizations, EIT Digital, which is in Belgium, and the International Data Spaces Association and FIWARE Foundation, which are in Germany, they have branches, hubs, co-location centers. So if you want, we can call them a meta digital innovation hub, in the sense that they have innovation hubs inside their organization. And we have, for instance, the co-location center, as I said, of EIT Digital, or the national hubs in IDSA, or the iHubs in FIWARE. And which is the challenge? The challenge is twofold. On the one side, the Pan-European Association should govern and coordinate the network of digital innovation hubs, because those need to convey the right messages, need to exploit the brand, need to be aligned, among themselves. On the other side, they have to develop their own smart specialization. And so, for instance, in FIWARE Foundation ecosystem, you have just some hubs which are specialized in manufacturing. Some others are specialized, for instance, in agri-food, or in smart city, or in smart mobility. And this is a very, very important question that also Anna mentioned. That is, digital innovation hub could have a technological smart specialization, but they could also have a domain smart specialization. And in MIDI, we are addressing the manufacturing domain. What are the tools? I will just do an overview of the tools, and then please come back to me or to Susanne in order to have more information about these tools. First of all, we have some tools for service portfolio analysis, which means that we analyze a digital innovation hubs with respect to their service provision. We have 5 categories of services. Sorry. Ecosystem services, technology services, business services, and in MIDI we added also skills services and data services. And we made a lot of work with our 16 digital innovation hub in order to understand which services they are currently offering to their constituency. This is an analysis which says that, for instance, ecosystem services are mostly provided by competence centers and didactic factories. By regional manufacturing digital innovation hub and pan-European digital innovation hub. Business services are more or less provided, these are in orange, they are provided by all of them. Technology services mostly from pan-European digital innovation hub and regional manufacturing, and so on and so forth. So we did this as is, service portfolio analysis, and then of course, thanks to very interactive sessions, we asked them which are the to-be services that you wish to develop inside MIDI and also beyond MIDI. And then we had this answer, and this answer, you see that the bar chart on the left-hand side is the as is, and the bar chart on the right-hand side is to be. And so maybe with surprise, but we discovered that our digital innovation hubs, they do not ask too much about further technology and data services, but they feel they are weak or weaker in ecosystem, business, and the skill area. And so they consider themselves quite strong in technology and in data services, but they need additional services in the ecosystem, business, and skill. To do that, we also organized some schema, so-called customer journey. And we invited them to identify which are the blocking points. That is, which are the points which prevent, in this case, manufacturing SMEs to go from observation to awareness, to experimentation, to experience, and to adoption of CPS IoT technologies. We did the same for technology providers, for technology SMEs in the domain of CPS IoT. Which are the barriers, which are the blocking points, which prevent them to go through ideation, design and engineering, minimum viable product, verification and validation, and go to market. And we put this consideration in a matrix that is on the columns. You see the different phases of the customer journeys, and in the rows you see the different services. And so we made this map which shows which ecosystem, technology, business, skills, and data services are useful for, in this case, technology users' migration from low-level maturity observation to higher level maturity, awareness, experiment, experience, and adoption. We did the same also for the technology provider. And in this mapping, it was very interesting because the need of new services emerged, and then we developed this service inside the MIDI project. We also made a customer journey for students, and this is very important because the last phase of students exploit is, for instance, the creation of a startup. And at the moment in MIDI, we didn't reach this level, but this will be also in our exploitation route, especially thanks to AIOTI Digital, which is specialized in creating startups and in accelerating, incubating startups. Last tool that I wish to present is a 6-piece migration model. This is for manufacturing SMEs. So this is specific for manufacturing SMEs, and will help manufacturing SMEs to migrate their products, processes, platform, people, partnership, performance towards digital transformation. And so inside these models, we are measuring an as-is situation, a to-be situation, and thanks to the MIDI platform and services, we are going to fill the gap between as-is and to-be. And final slide is about the future outlook. As I said, we will have an intermediate stop in I4MS phase 4. There are already some innovation actions which are closely linked to MIDI. Some of them in the AI domain, some other in the widening domain, and some others in the digital twin domain. And then the final stop, as also Anna said, is the European DIH initiative in the next multi-annual financial framework. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sergio, for your presentation. I think we will move now to the last of the 3 presentations that we will have on this train that will be provided by Suzanne from EIT Digital. And we are now continue discussing the issue of collaboration. We have seen that one of the paths to the future is to strengthen our capabilities, our models, our abilities to collaborate more effectively across DIHs for the benefit of SMEs. So we would like to know a little bit from you, Suzanne. How was the trip in MIDI? So the floor is yours.
Yeah, I wanted to share my screen, but there is something that doesn't work. Okay, sorry for that.
You were sharing your screen.
I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
But I do not see the slides. That's my problem. Okay, Angelo, can you step in, please, and show my slides? And then I do not know why it doesn't work.
Okay, I will do just one moment.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sergio, because you were setting also the scene for my presentation. I would like to tell you a little bit about the MIDI DIH collaboration model, about the experiences and the challenges we had to come from, because you have already seen the heterogeneity of the partners, to come to a scalable, a sustainable model for collaboration. Next slide, please. So I would like to talk about the challenges, then to show you an approach for the MIDI collaboration model, and also to address the MIDI governance aspects and the lessons we have learned. Next slide, please. Okay, as I have already said, challenges in the DIH collaboration in MIDI was that we have a heterogeneity of partners. We have the competence center, regional manufacturing, pan-European DIH, as Sergio has already really mentioned. So the point is they all have different business models. They have different governance models. So it was very, let me say, challenging, but also very interesting to say, okay, how can we create a common service portfolio? How can we as MIDI create a common brand? Next slide, please. So we have taken a slightly different collaboration model approach, because normally when we are talking about a business or a collaboration model, the usual business model canvas is used, but we have created for MIDI a different model. We have created a service model canvas, which was really customized to MIDI and taken, as you can also see here, into consideration the services and also the customer journeys. So we have defined, as Sergio has already mentioned, that to be a common service portfolio, and we have tried to categorize these services because they have a different approach when you're talking, okay, which starting point would be then the customer journey, which starting point from the customer journey it would be. So we have categorized the awareness services are related to awareness creation, to consulting, to funding, and to trainings. So the idea was here, okay, we go with this, what is relevant for the service. The target users are relevant, the customer starting point, the channels to which we are going to distribute these services, how these services are used, and what is the service proposition of the service we are really providing here. Then we said, okay, which is the service delivery, which are the actors we are using, which are the key activities for providing these services. Then it was clear we had to take a look at the market challenges. What are the challenges in the market that we will be available, that we will be successful in deliver, that we or MIDI or also then a DIH is successful in delivering these services? What are the competitors? What is really the MIDI value proposition with respect to the competitors? And then we looked at also on the impact we are having on the customer journey, on the impact and on the collaboration. Because, for example, for the customer journey, it's very important. What is the starting point from the customer journey? And using these services, where can we bring the SMEs we are supporting in the customer journey with these services we are providing? And then we looked on these service categories, also on the cost categories and the revenue streams. Next slide, please. Okay, so the point, what have we achieved? Because we have defined, as Sergio already mentioned, we have defined a catalog of predefined services, and this catalog is facilitating the cost and revenue calculation also at network level. Because if you have already common services, you can create these services, and you have a common promotion of these services. And what is the most important thing? These services are then scalable on a network level. And in MIDI, we have also the support through an online platform, which makes it even more important and more and even better for a network of DIH to distribute their services. You will learn about the DIHIWARE then in train 3. Next slide, please. Then we have also clearly addressed for a collaboration model the governance aspects, the partners of a DIH, collaboration mechanisms, what are legal arrangements, financial resources. So let's have a look on the outcomes. Next slide, please. So the next slide, you can see that we have done an investigation where the revenues are coming from public financing, from service fees, from membership fees, from national, regional, European projects. You can see in the partner structure, it might look a little bit, I know it's very small. You can see here the interesting thing is the partner structure in MIDI, that many of our DIHs have, for example, 80% of our DIHs have industry partners in them, 60% have RTOs in them, 67% have private entities in them, many have universities, they have also public entities, and they have also a large percentage has also SMEs in their DIH ecosystem. And then we did an interesting survey to understand, okay, what are the current legal arrangements, and to understand what would the partners consider the most effective legal arrangements. And you can see that there's not that much difference, but it's interesting that some partners, for example, that previously went for a foundation, it was then less, or the partners that went for, they were in a consortium agreement. More partners said, okay, the consortium agreement would be an interesting option to have here a legal arrangement for a DIH. Next slide, please. This is, I think, my last one. We have some lessons learned also for collaboration in DIH to say, okay, we do not come here with what you have to do and recommendations, but it is lessons learned that we can show from MIDI. What we have to take into consideration are competition aspects. Are competitors allowed? If yes, are they allowed? Under which conditions? We have to take into consideration the connection between governance, business models, and revenue streams, because if you have a public shareholder, you might your governance model will look much different than from one if you have only private partners, or if you have a mixture of that. And then the revenue streams are different, because if you have a public shareholder, most probably you will get some more public funding because the public shareholder is providing this funding. It's also important to see the role of each partner in a partnership, also in relation to the revenue streams, because then if you have a public shareholder, he most probably will also say, okay, this is the governance model, these are my rights, and something like that. And then what is also very important, we have discussed, we had also very much discussed in the project, is liability aspects and partners' accountability in service provisioning, in the sense when you are doing it, especially in collaboration and in cross-border collaboration. So I think, next slide, I think this was my presentation. Thank you very much for the attendance.
Thank you, Susanne, for the presentation. I think with this we complete three very comprehensive presentation about the status of MIDI and the challenges ahead of us in terms of evolution of the DIH network in Europe. So what I suggest is that we basically continue with the second part of this train trip, that is basically dealing with the panel. We are going to structure this in basically two very short statements. So we are not going to go through presentations, so very brief, 5-minute position statement from Maurits Butter, that is senior scientist at TNO, and Giovanna Galasso, that is director at PwC. They are both heavily engaged in the development of collaboration and European networks of digital innovation hubs, with a lot of experience dealing with particular regions in Europe and specific technologies that we have seen in the initial presentation. Following this short statement, then we will have panel discussions where our three speakers from the original presentations will join the debate. We plan to steer the panel discussions through a number of questions that should start the debate, and hopefully we will have sometimes from open questions from the attendees, so we can make the event a little bit more interactive. So for this second part, what I would like to do now is basically to invite Maurits from TNO to join us in the panel and make a short statement as introduction. So the floor is yours, Maurits.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, MIDIH team, for this invitation. It's great to participate in this event, especially because you're looking back and you're looking forward. And I'm a former futurist or forward-thinking person, so I love looking forward. Although I'm from TNO, I see myself representing the DNet project as I'm the scientific coordinator of that. And for those who do not know the DNet project, it is the meta CSA that works on enhancing the EU collaboration between the different digital innovation hubs and the European European networks. So the MIDIH networks. And we do that by addressing common challenges, like creating a kind of a common understanding of what digital innovation hubs are. It's about exploring the opportunities for startups and looking at the future of the catalog. But also we are working hard on the EDIHs, as Anna already introduced. And together with the Commission, together with especially Anna, we are looking at how they can be further developed. We are suggesting some things to Anna for that, and that's perhaps the most important thing. We are supporting the Commission with organizing the event on the 9th and the 10th of November. So please be aware of that 9th and 10th of November. So about a sustainable collaboration in digital innovation networks. That's also for us a very important challenge to address. And I would like to talk about that a little bit more. I think there's a lot of digital innovation actions already out there. I think it's over 100. Their aim is to organize that European collaboration, strengthen the regions, the different regions, allowing them to benefit from each other to enhance the European collaboration. But very few have succeeded in the continuation of their activities. I hope that that will go. I see some very good signs with the MIDIH, but it's a struggle to get that done. And that's not strange, because if you look at digital innovation hubs, the more regional digital innovation hubs, why would they collaborate on an interregional level? It's very hard to do that. It's very costly. What is the return on investments? And that's something that needs to be explored and needs to be set in a business model. Sure, there are some ad hoc examples. I know that Flanders Make, they have been engaged in just contracting Fraunhofer to deliver some services. I know also TNO is working with VTT, with Technalia on collaboration, regional collaboration, also with the Saxony region. But it's very hard to accomplish that. And I see also the problems next to the cost. Why would you offer a customer of yours towards a competitor? That needs trust. And I can tell you, without any additional EC funding, I think it's very difficult to continue these European networks. And that's a real problem. But let me be a bit provocative for that. I can ask you, if EU collaboration is impossible without EC funding, is that market driven then? Should we engage in that? Is there enough benefits for companies? I could say that, I could argue that, okay, if it's only possible with EC funding, with full EC funding, it's of no interest. So we need to further see that, develop that. Trust me, I see the benefits. And also the MIDIH project, it clearly shows that there are benefits. But I think the EC should focus on kickstarting these kind of activities. They're there for so-called market failures. And it's, in the end, it's the customer that needs to pay for it. Otherwise, it's not economically viable. So regions are crucial for this collaboration, in my view. They can create the economy of scale that a single digital innovation hub cannot do, because they can bundle together all kinds of activities to create economy of scale, to seek the collaboration between the different regions. So that's a very important one. And I also need to say that we need to go beyond the ad hoc collaborations that are very often shown. 40 collaborations in a network, it should be 10,000. How can we establish that? That needs structured approaches, new business models where we pay for each other's services. That's an important one. We need to, for example, one SME needs to get in contact through the region and through the digital innovation hub in another region, get connected to the service provider in another region, facilitated by the digital innovation hub in their region, and then get paid. And the digital innovation hub gets paid for the brokerage, and they are involved in that project. So that's a very important thing. So the regions can smoothen this collaboration. And then I go back to Anna with her presentation about the EDIHs. I think the upcoming EDIHs can play a crucial, important role in this facilitation. So block your time for the 9th and the 10th of November.
Thank you, Maurits. We have already penciled that in our agendas with the red pen, so we will not miss that one. And then I will move to Giovanna for a very short statement, 5 minutes, maybe introducing some of your activities in digital innovation hubs that are quite a few already.
Good morning to you all. I will give you some input on my side on the organizational, more on the organizational and legal aspect of the collaboration. Some lessons learned from the last project we carried out on to set up a structured cooperation for DigiConnect with Carsaid in Novalia to develop a structured cooperation approach to create a European network of digital innovation hubs with focus on artificial intelligence. A couple of outcomes of this action was to define an high-level framework cooperation agreement signed by 24 AI digital innovation hubs, providing an high-level legal framework for future collaboration among them. But we also defined schemes and processes digital innovation hub working in the field of AI can use to collaborate. Such schemes have been developed through a participatory approach, gathering inputs and discussing solutions with the representatives. In particular, we worked on 3 main scenarios that are aligned with the ones identified by the DEP. Which are partnership to provide services jointly, development of a new service, matchmaking. With the support of the hubs, the scenarios have been analyzed to understand the benefit, the cost, the risk of each player involved in the scheme. As Moritz said, this is very important, and identify the possible elements that could prevent cooperation, based on the assumption that if a hub faces risk or cost considered significantly relevant and not balanced by benefit, it will not undertake the cooperation activities envisaged in this scenario. The analysis showed that legal solutions are often needed to facilitate collaboration happening on a regular basis, as they can mitigate some of the main risks perceived by the hubs in being involved in different collaboration scenarios and for IP protection. These solutions are linked to the type of cooperation scenario and cannot be embedded in a general framework agreement. Most hubs, as you all know, have experience in cooperating within EU projected initiatives. As you all know, until now, these are all funded and they are regulated by standard grant agreement and consortium agreement. While collaborating outside the EU framework requires the development of ad hoc agreements, including clauses to agree on responsibility and right of all the partners. Just to make an example of if digital innovation hubs want to provide services jointly and develop a new service, the most relevant aspect to be settled within the legal agreements are many. You have to have a look at the liability of the partners, non-competition, data protection management, applicable national jurisdiction, resource cost and asset to be used, service level agreement for the external services, the pricing cost structure. Now, of course, you mentioned the Moritz Fraunhofer, you mentioned big hubs, but not all the hubs can count on a legal department responsible for managing these aspects. And this may prevent DIH to undertake collaboration activities. A first cost-effective solution, we think, to avoid such barriers is to make available to DIHs standard templates for the different cooperation scenarios, which they can adapt based on their needs. To facilitate the use of these templates and to support the development of additional agreements, also a legal help desk could be set up. Such support should answer to DIH doubts in terms of collaboration, share best practices in terms of agreement for collaboration. We developed some example template as an annex to the high-level framework agreement in the project. So we also provided recommendation to DC concerning this legal support, hoping they are well taken into consideration in the draft of the first DEP work program. Because until now, a bit of effort on the technical aspect of the cooperation and the organization aspect has been taken into consideration, but now it also be important to have a look at this other part to further develop cooperation among apps, not only within the DEP and Horizon Europe, where you have the structure already in the funding scheme, but also outside of usual EU funding project. This focus on this kind of support could also help a lot in the future, at least to start working together without asking always for funding.
Thank you, Giovanna. First of all, thank you the two invitees, panelists, to very strictly follow the instructions. So we are left with sufficient time for discussion, because sometimes this is not the case. So thank you in advance for following and keeping yourself and very strictly with the time. In order to kick some debate and discussion in the panel, I would like to start making one question. I think we have seen that the plans for the European network of digital innovation hubs, the impact of digital innovation hubs in future Horizon Europe, Digital Europe program, I think they are on the way. And these plans were already set quite well in advance. But unfortunately, in the last few months, we had to live as, I would say, as humanity, one big disruptive event, that is COVID, that particularly had an impact on SMEs and also on digital transformation. Probably without COVID, we would not be having an event like this in a form as we are experiencing it today. So the first question, and maybe I will take the opportunity to address Anna and the European Commission. What is your impression and your finding about the relationship between the plans, the potential of these networks and the situation that COVID has created for SMEs and digital transformation?
Okay. Actually, as you stated, nowadays with the COVID we're facing something extraordinary, you know. But yes, I would like to say that the digital transformation that the SMEs need, of course, now with COVID, it's even more needed, right? So I stress again the importance of the EDIHs, of the European Digital Innovation Hubs, that are going to be funded with DEP, right? Co-funded with DEP plus the member state. However, I guess you already know the DEP funding was budget was reduced by the council by a 17%, which means this is gonna have an impact in SMEs and also in the public sector. So yes, we need to find another ways to support the digital transformation of the SMEs, of course, because now many places all around Europe are in lockdown again. So SMEs over there have stopped working. So yes, there is an impact, but again, we need more power here. We need another ways to recover from this. And still, I say that I see the EDI as the orchestrator of this digital transformation. And I do expect the co-funding from other ERDF funds or other places to come through. And we're still finalizing how are we going to finally propose this funding that is going to be for the EDIs in order to support the SMEs. The funding is not going directly to the SMEs, but to the EDIs, because we want to invest in the capacity building on the hub to deliver services to the SMEs.
Thank you, Anna. I don't know if any of the speakers of the panelists would like to intervene. If not, I have a second question that maybe it is a little bit more open for discussion. And we have seen other networks and other communities of knowledge, innovation being created in Europe. I believe Susanne, EIT Digital was one of the pioneers in the EIT movement in Europe. Then other communities of practice have followed. In particular, the manufacturing domain has recently joined this community. Now, EIT Digital is also leading this initiative in digital innovation hubs transformation in manufacturing. Do you see, since we are talking about collaboration, do you see synergies, collaboration potential between well-established networks like EIT networks and the type of activities and services that you have described and proposed in MIDIH for digital innovation hubs? Susanne, I think you are.
Yeah. Thank you, Oscar, for the question. Yes, you are right. The point is we are, as EIT Digital, all the other KICs, we are pan-European already type of DIHs, but I think we have learned a lot here in MIDIH, also in what is necessary really to create a bigger network or to facilitate the collaboration of networks, because as you have seen, the heterogeneity of the partners. So how can we all do the business together without disrupting our own business model? So this is I think the biggest challenge we are going to have. I think it's important. We have done some steps ahead, also in what I have presented in my slides, in the collaboration, what to take into consideration, and what are the important aspects. And I think for business opportunities, it is very important, because we should support here all the SMEs, and if we can do it in collaboration and having collaborative business models, or also support each other in the skills, in the reskillings, doing it as a business, because already a pan-European network has already more possibilities. If we are going more networks together, we can even address more and trying to work on the synergies and really to try to support as much as possible the SMEs that are there.
Thank you. Maurits, you also have some expertise in this area or experience in this area. I think you have also seen networks of robotics hubs joining forces for different sectors. Do you have an opinion on this? What is the role of these established networks, maybe to accelerate or to amplify the impact of the hubs?
So first, I would like to also mention something with the resilience and the SMEs in the COVID, because I do think that for robotics, for digitization, a shift in approach, the technological approach is also needed. What I saw is that there's a huge demand for robotics, increasing demand for robotics, because it allows you to work virtually. And I also know that in the early 2000s, so 2005 or something like that, there were whole programs on robotics that you could manage from a distance, and you could share among each other. But that strand of technology, that strand of research has been, well, perhaps not abandoned, but a little bit set aside. So that might be interesting. Also, what I see is that the digital innovation hubs can play an enormous important role in creating resilience among their smart SMEs. The reason why is that the SMEs don't know what the future looks like. And then it goes back to my early days as a forward-thinking expert. I think these kind of activities are also needed. And it would be of enormous help if a digital innovation hub among each other could develop some kind of approaches how to help those SMEs in addressing the future. And those are things that are presently not really done. Although some digital innovations hub do incorporate them, I think that can be shared among all the European digital, all the digital innovation hubs and European digital innovation hubs to have a better service. For the European collaboration, it is quite strange. But I've been engaged in Spain also in trying to create collaborations between different digital innovation hubs in the region. That was in the Basque Country. There already you saw that no one wants to give up their market. So you need to be able to find that smart specialization strategy in a different way, allowing the different complementary activities within the digital innovation hubs, and try to forge the collaboration. So you say, you're not doing this, you're doing that. So you can put more money in doing this, because then you can build up your capacities and capabilities. That's included also a bit in the EDI strategy. So I'm very happy with it. But there's a need for those European networks there, because otherwise, if you don't coordinate those mechanisms to find their own specialisms and to get them engaged with each other to find each other's complementarities, then it's not good. That's nothing that an individual digital innovation hub can do.
So if I understand you, Maurits and Susanne, one important element is to look for complementarity rather than competition in the context of the hubs. So we can still develop our own business, but the hub should be the place where we extend, where we collaborate, when we really innovate at the service level. So this, I guess, it is one of the messages that that we should think when we build this European DIH network, that is not just another place to put our usual services, but really to innovate how we provide services together. No?
Correct.
Yeah. Only one thing. Listening to you, Maurits, when you were talking about COVID, for me, and sometimes we forget that MIDIH was somehow linked to cyber physical systems and IoT at the very beginning when we submitted our proposal for the hub. And I believe what you are suggesting it is that there is some similarity between robotics, cyber physical systems. We need to bring more autonomy, more intelligence and we have to make these type of solutions accessible to SMEs. This is probably one of the challenges ahead if we want to beat the COVID, at least from the manufacturing community.
So what's the difference? The normal procedure was reduce costs, and that's different now. It's the reduction of the cost of the individual component is not that important anymore. It's the cost on a larger level, also looking at the collaboration that you can develop. So there are new mechanisms now in place with the COVID, and I think COVID is here to stay. It's not going to be COVID in about a year or 2 years or something. It's not COVID-19. It's going to be COVID-20.
And Sergio, Sergio, we are talking and we are discussing this artificial intelligence approach as a place where technology meets, because artificial intelligence, at the end of the day, it is many things coming together. There are many dimensions, many aspects from technology, business, even ethical aspects that we can discuss later. But from a technology perspective, now moving into artificial intelligence being one of the main elements for DIH collaboration, what is your perspective and your view on the technical aspects of that?
Yes, then I believe that maybe Giovanna has more to say about this, about the AI DIH network. So from a technical viewpoint, yes, we will have train 3 where we will present the DIHIWARE platform. But in my opinion, it is important to be able to allow on-the-fly collaboration among digital innovation hubs in the domain of artificial intelligence, for instance. And this is something which needs to be agreed in legal terms, but you know, legal agreements, they require a lot of time. So now there is a strong movement about data sharing and data spaces in manufacturing, and to have technology enforcing data sovereignty. And this is something that it is very important. And so, yes, legal agreements are very, very important, but as a matter of fact, we need also some tools which are easier, which are able to be instantiated on the fly, and which will allow companies and digital innovation hubs, because digital innovation hubs are organizations, to share knowledge, to exchange data. And this is particularly true for AI, where we have, for instance, the AI for EU platform. And in this case, we have a conceptually centralized place where you could find knowledge, you could find expertise, you could find skills, you could find components, software tools, and so on, and where AI digital innovation hubs could assess and reuse. And this is true, but it is also true that there is a lot of innovative AI-based SMEs and startups at the regional level, which need to find their internationalization dimension, and this is the basic task of AI digital innovation. So, on the one side, of course, AI for EU is looking for AI digital innovation hubs to open regional markets, to have a new dissemination and exploitation. But on the other side, we need to consider that there are a lot of regional startups and regional SMEs which are not able to reach in a European dimension or interregional dimension, as Moritz said, without the help of digital innovation hub. And there is the technology, and the technology now is under development, and it is the technology about data sharing spaces for manufacturing, which is based, for instance, on the International Data Space Reference Architectural Model, and IDSA is one key beneficiary of MIDIH, and you will see especially in the next session.
Sergio, I think you raised one very interesting and important aspect that maybe we can link to the issue of regional collaboration that MIDIH was highlighting so importantly. The issue of access to data. I believe it is a general agreement in the manufacturing domain that it doesn't matter how big you are, you never have enough data for AI. Apparently, this is an area for collaboration, and I could see in the presentations that data and putting some first steps in that direction was one of the outcomes of MIDIH. How do you see this activity developing? Do you see potential for regions to come together to make this type of asset accessible to companies in the regions through collaborative or joint efforts?
Yes, for sure. This is a key topic, and the role of regions is very, very important, because as conceptually, for instance, in the domain of AI, there is this centralized platform at European level, which is AI for EU. But as a matter of fact, centralized architecture now are surpassed by very distributed architectures. And so on the one side, we could have in a central repository the metadata, the semantics, the ontology, and the methods. But as a matter of fact, the content needs to be highly distributed. And in regions, this is the first place where this content could be stored and managed and shared between one digital innovation hub and the other digital innovation hub. This is one of the key topics of the new AI region innovation action. And AI region is I4MS phase 4. So it is, if you wish, the continuation of MIDIH in phase 4, where this point of interregional collaboration on the one side, but also region to Europe collaboration, and Europe in this case is the AI for EU initiative needs to be addressed properly.
And I would not like to finish the panel without giving proper attention to the issue of ethics and legal. I know sometimes we as scientists tend to put these type of things aside, but we learn from experience that if you want to touch the market, you have to go through that way. There is no way you can avoid that. So it's better to know a little bit what is ahead of us and what are the do's and don'ts that we should not forget when we deal with this. And maybe, Giovanna, you have some experience already putting together, you mentioned 24 digital innovation hubs around the same table and at least sharing a vision and a legal document. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about these aspects and also the ethical dimension, that I believe it is something that is probably as important as the technology.
Okay. Speaking about skills, I would say also another thing, skills, ethical, legal, these aspects that let's take into consideration, because I think I would also like one point to what Sergio said, because I think the collaborative service development at EU level in AI is also relevant from a skill point of view. Why? Because AI technologies and machine learning techniques are very fruitful applied to a vast range of application and sectors, from automotive to banking, from industrial automation to manufacturing. So you really cannot have, and you have also the convergence among technologies. So you cannot really have all the skills in only one digital innovation hub. So this is one also of the reason why this collaboration in AI it will be very, very strong. From a legal and ethical point of view, I would like to, I spoke about legal. I would like to tell you about our experience in setting up first of all, the framework, the legal framework. When we set up the legal framework, we saw some issues in identifying common provision for Digital Innovation Hub due to significant diversity among their organizational and business structure. Because these include the different acceptability of non-competitive non-competition clauses, if I remember well, it was mentioned, which are required by DIHs acting as private entities and can be hardly accepted by those hubs managed by university and RTOs or research center due to their mission and statute. Limits to the liability of the parties, as some DIHs have statutory limits to the liability, particularly law which may tamper their possibility to enter into collaboration agreements at the international level. Limits to the possibility of defining of common payment methods, depending on the local rules. Public funded DIHs may have difficulties in receiving payment for their services, and also difficulties in identifying the signing partners in case of DIHs structured as network of multiple legal entities. So we had several issues. That's why we what we did was we introduced general provision with the framework cooperation agreement and leaving the negotiation of this aspect to agreements among DIHs connected to specific collaboration project. That's why our approach was what I also explained before in my statement. Maybe this is also relevant for the next step. It's important to have an overarching framework, but then all the legal agreements need to be, let's say, organized at the specific project at cooperation in the implementation in the specific cooperation project. That's why having some templates or ready-made templates could be, and legal support could be really useful, because this could improve. You cannot really solve everything with only one legal documents agreement, but you need to solve legal issues case by case, and in this case having a legal support, not only allocate a budget to a technical aspect, but also to this aspect is important. Concerning the ethics, I would spend 2 minutes on ethics, because this could be also a very important role for the DIH. As all we know, a human-centric ethical approach to artificial intelligence is at the core of the AI EU strategy. It was also in the State of the Union discourse from von der Leyen. But how to move from strategy to execution? Digital Innovation Hub can count on a geographical proximity to reach their stakeholders, and thus also SMEs, which contribute to increase the effectiveness of dissemination and communication activities. Such capacity should be leveraged to pursue the implementation of human-centric AI approach across Europe. For example, the hubs could be involved in the definition of European common methodology for the assessment of compliance with the ethic guidelines for trustworthy AI, could then assess whether projects and solutions developed in their ecosystem by and for SMEs are coherent with ethical guidelines or not. So this would help DIHs in reinforcing their role in the ecosystem, and also promote the creation of common European certificate label on trustworthy AI. And this is a role, I think, not yet explored until now, but could be further explored. For example, we are in a new project. It's not for SMEs, but for the public sector. It's an horizon 2020 to define a framework and a prototypal software platform to assess and mitigate ethical, societal, and legal risks associated to AI implementation in the public sector. We have 2 AI DIHs, parties of this consortium, and they will work with the tech-gov SMEs delivering services to the public sector to try to assess whether the solution that they develop and wanted will be implemented in use case are really in line with this ethical principle. So this is an area, I think, where we to be further explored in terms of role for Digital Innovation Hub. they could be the delivery way to implement the AI's strategy at the regional, local, and SME and public sector level.
Thank you, Giovanna, and I really share your view that this idea of developing a common labeling, it is both challenging but very interesting and promising and worth exploring. Before we close this panel, I would like to give Anna maybe the floor for 1-2 minutes if you want to make some statements or to share your opinion about the points that were raised during the panel. We have seen that the European DIHs are really the core element of the strategy and something that is not one man's job or a women's job to implement, but it's really a collective effort that we all have to put our brains and our muscles on in the years to come. So maybe Anna, you can put some final statement on the panel.
Okay, thanks, Oscar. Well, you heard very experienced people now talking about DIHs and future European digital innovation hubs. And yes, I see the EDI as the epicenter in the digital ecosystem. And Sergio mentioned many potential participants, not just the typical, but others that we can collaborate with inside the consortium of an EDI, because we see an EDI as a consortium. And yes, that with my closure, we see the EDI as the epicenter in the digital ecosystem, but of course, we need another participants and collaborators in order to build upon what we have already there. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. And before I give the control back to the control of the train back to the driver, to Angelo, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for all the speakers. We really appreciate, first of all, your availability, because we all know how difficult, even if we are all digital and we are all using these platforms these days, but the offer is overwhelming, and the availability of people to connect and to share very valuable knowledge in the area is not for granted. So thank you for making yourselves available, and also to be very open and very rich in your statement and positions, and from the MIDI project. And I guess Sergio and Susan will hopefully join my appreciation. We really appreciate your participation and your active contribution to this train. So without further delay, I think we are on time to the station, so I can give control back to the driver. So Angelo, now
Thanks,
you
Oscar.
are under control.
Okay, I will move the control to Sebastian, that will introduce the second session, session 1, train 2, session 2, train 2. Sebastian, the floor is to you with the agenda, and then we will go with the speakers.
Yes, so good that this train is in time. I hope that you can already see my screen. Angelo, can I get a feedback from you if you can see my screen already?
Yes, I see your screen.
Oh, that's good. So never been driving with this train before. So welcome to all of you. We are now in train 2 from Gare MIDI to open source digital manufacturing platforms. This will also be a really cool session, and I would love to introduce you to the agenda of this train 2. We will start with a talk about digital manufacturing platforms in age 2020 and Future Digital European Program by Rosica from DG Connect. Then starting at 11 to 11:15, a MIDI towards a flexible and modular and open source reference architecture for a digital manufacturing platform for Industry 4.0. After that, we will go to open digital platforms, the adoption of a standard-based open source platform as a key success factor for success in digitization of the manufacturing industries. And here we would love to present our lighthouse experiments. Yeah, and afterwards, of course, we will do also a panel discussion and a short question and answer session. And so without further delay, I would like to give the floor to Rosica.
Hello, Good morning. It's still good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, so we can hear
okay.
you very well.
That's great. Thank you. We in the Commission we had some issues with this tool, and I apologize for this. I would appreciate for you moving the slides for me.
Sure.
Thank you everyone for joining the event. It is a really interesting event, and until now it was the case, and I'm sure it will continue. And thank you so much for the organizers to invite me and to provide the perspective of the digital platforms at EU level, what we have done so far and what are the next steps. Maybe we can go to the next slide. As many of you are aware, business to consumer platforms are something that are platforms championed by other countries like the United States of America and China, and Europe is really lagging behind. But what we cannot afford to do is to lose so-called battle for the business-to-business platforms or so-called industrial platforms. We have everything necessary to lead in business-to-business platforms. We're leader in manufacturing, very well advanced in Industry 4.0. As you know, Germany is a leader, but also other countries like France, Italy, industrialized countries are very well advanced in the digitalization of manufacturing sector. So we have to use our strengths in order to lead the development of the industrial platforms. And just to support my words that we are good and we have to build on what we have, I extracted information from the World Economic Forum, which they made a study, and they found out that 5 out of the 9 best factories in the world are European countries, are in European companies like Schneider Electric and so on. And no, these are in Europe. They are companies situated in Europe, not necessarily European companies, but 2 other that are situated in China are fully European companies like Siemens and Bosch. So we have the legacy and we have to build on top of it. Before continuing, for me, it's really, next slide, please. It is really important when we talk about platforms all to be on the same line, because the word platforms is very widely used, starting from the meaning of place or opportunity for public discussion. This is not the platforms we're discussing right now in this presentation. We're talking about operating systems that integrate different technologies and various applications and services. As I mentioned, we're focusing on the industrial platforms in the business world. We're not talking of consumer platforms such as Facebook, Nest, or Android, or so on. Please keep this in mind from now on. When I say platform, what do I have in mind? Next slide, please. If I go a little bit deep into the industrial platforms, they can have several roles. They can be a marketplace or community interaction. They provide explicit connections between users, possibilities to network as a value. They can also be a technology infrastructure. They can provide complementary applications, and they can be a development platforms. But also very important role is the data. They use the data, unlock the value of the data, and they provide integration. Below on this slide, you can see some examples of how different platforms fill in roles in different ways, and to varying degrees. It is important to know that some of the platforms are open source, others are commercial platforms. At this point, we don't demand whether a platform we don't judge whether commercial or open source community-driven platform is the better option. This is a business decision, and we're focusing on how different platforms can work and provide added value to business than actually mandating whether the platform should be open source. Next slide, please. As I said, we have the possibility to shape digitalization at a global level, and we have to lead in the B2B platforms. If you have listened to the State of the Union from our President Ursula von der Leyen said that it is not about Europe being first when we say that we have to lead. It is about being the first to seriously answer the call when it matters. And leading industrial platforms development really matters, because industrial data platforms, they're becoming mission critical for business, for competitiveness of Europe and European companies, and therefore for the growth of the economies. We can say, we can summarize that platforms and data are markets themselves, and they should evolve according to the market forces. And openness of platforms, they grow the market. So the platforms per se, we have a lot of examples of industrial platforms, but we're also witnessing a high proliferation of very diverse solutions in these platforms in Europe. And therefore, the landscape is highly fragmented, and we see very few signs of consolidation so far, or at least a few years ago. We're working on that. We believe that the success in the industrial platforms battle requires that all platforms, it doesn't matter whether they're commercial or open source, they have to be collaborative, simple, scalable, secure, and trusted. These are very important parameters for a platform. Of course, the speed is super important. We have to move with the speed of the digital, not with the speed of the manufacturing industry. We're aware that often it takes time to be implemented a new solution into the manufacturing industry, but nevertheless, we push for a speed and for adopting new technologies. And what we do at the European level, we really try to make it work, but to make it work, we all need to work together. It's not a one-sided push. All actors, they have to get together and to work. Next slide, please. So, of course, we have to all work to shape the B2B platform landscape, respecting the European values. You're very much aware that European efforts at digitalization of industry are led by the European values, for example, artificial intelligence, and all actions we're taking for the artificial intelligence, like the white paper and upcoming regulation on artificial intelligence. But we need to address the existing interoperability gaps between the different B2B platforms. And through the years, we have worked together both with proprietary and community-driven solutions that are currently on the market. We've been in close discussions, and we had several workshops with companies participating and providing very valuable information of what is necessary to happen in the market in order to to generate this rich ecosystem and to address the European fragmentation. And at the same time, we have to be sure that we don't leave SMEs behind. And this is the connection with the digital innovation hubs and all the efforts we make to involve the SMEs and to show them the value of the platforms. However, we know that European competitiveness cannot afford a two-speed industrial data platform market. And we are pushing to find solutions in order to drive the platform interoperability or to make the platforms collaborative and interchangeable, so we can give SMEs a choice. Next slide, please. Here in this slide, I want to show you the development of the calls under Horizon 2020 related to the platform development, starting in 2016 when we called for collaborative manufacturing and logistic plus factory automation, looking at multi-sided markets. And as a result, we had several projects, Factories of the Future 11 projects. Some names include FAREDGE, Nimble, Sapphire, Scalable, VFOS, DigiCore, Outware, DIHs, Disrupt, Connected Factories, which was the coordination and support actions. I hope I didn't miss someone, I didn't count, but anyway, on the next slide, I will go more into depth. And then in 2018 and 2019, we had two additional calls trying to consolidate all the efforts so far on the platform area and to make these platforms cooperate not only among themselves but also with national initiatives. And we had four areas. In 2018, we called for agile value networks and zero defects manufacturing. And in 2019, we focused on the two other areas like the human factor and the sustainable value networks. So some of the, in 2018, the projects were ZDMP, Q4 quality. I keep saying quality, Oscar, apologize. It's Q4lity and eFactory. I know that MIDIH is also contributing with results from MIDIH project into the quality project. In 2019, we had another 3 innovation actions, DigiPrime, Keyclose 4.0 and Shop for CFE, as well as CSA actions, a continuation of connected factories. If we go to the next slide, please. Here you can see connected factories coordination and support actions. They try to map the Factories of the Future project from 2016 call into RAMI reference architecture model and to see which projects fit where in terms of the life cycle and in terms of the hierarchy level defined by RAMI. You can see that there is a very good spread of solutions across the value chain, and that's why we decided that if we have consolidation of the results from Horizon 2020 project as well as existing solutions, either they're proprietary or commercially driven or community driven. That's why in 2018 and 2019 we had the other calls, and now I will focus more in what was the focus Okay, I'll be a little bit quick. What was the focus in 2018 and 2019 calls? We realized that the platform is not only technology, but overall it's instrumental for the rollout of business models that addresses the need of every business in any industrial sector. And that's why all projects in these calls, they had to develop platform, to build a platform, to pilot this platform, and to build ecosystem, and to provide, to add value to the standardization through contributions, either to standardization bodies or pre-normative activities. Next slide, please. I forgot to say. So this is what I was discussing, the 4 areas that they were obligatory for the course of 2018 and 2018: platform building, large-scale piloting, ecosystem building, and standards. And we believe this was key as a next step to integrate existing solutions. Next slide, please. So what did we expect from these projects? And we're still expecting, because these projects are ongoing and we keep monitoring the development. We want to achieve digital manufacturing platform with impact. We want to stay away from just research results, not going close to the market. We want to see the development of the platform at the beginning of the project. So by the end of the project, all aspects could be taken into account and could be as close to the market as possible. We wanted these projects to be large-scale federating, and the idea is to reduce fragmentation. That's why we favored projects that they included a wide range of beneficiaries from different size and different business models. And of course, we wanted credibility in terms of the exploitation activities and providing, reaching SMEs. And that's why we're monitoring these projects, and we're really focused on to what is the impact. Next slide, please. In terms of exploitation and operation, we want to see that at the end of the project, the platform should be prepared to enter the market, as I said. We want to see a very clear entity representing the interest of the overall platform, which will facilitate the exploitation, not having end of the project and then end of who is taking care. Sorry. Sorry, a police was passing by. And why do we do that? Because we had bad experiences with previous projects that at the end of the project, they sell to us exploitation that we started a spin-off, but then no evidence what has happened with the spin-off. That's why now we want to see the exploitation activity starting much earlier and having beneficiaries having skin in the game. Next slide, please. More and more we want to see that each partner perform its role of the project, and we're looking for a well-balanced consortium who is representing the interest of the platform at the end of the projects. Next one. I believe we can skip this one because it's more like a conclusion from everything what I said so far. So the next project. And through these years in platforms development, we realized that data is essential for the platforms. And it's not surprising that now the actions are more focused on the data, as President Ursu's vision on during the State of the Union, when she mentioned that She focused on data, because industrial data in particular, it's worth its weight in gold. But in reality, only 80% of the industrial data is still collected, and most of it is never used, and this is a pure waste. That's why we're looking to set up a real data economy, that it will be a powerful engine for innovation and, of course, new jobs also. That's why the next focus in Horizon Europe and in Digital Europe program, it's more on data and setting up data for industry, or so-called common data spaces. Commissioner Breton also is, if I can say, a huge fan of data, and he insists that we cannot miss the full potential of industrial data. We missed the first wave of personal data economy with the with the online platforms, but we will not lose sight of the enormous potential of the industrial data. Next slide, please. So in February this year, 2020, we issued the European Strategy for Data, which looks at data that can flow within the EU and across sectors. It is really important that it's across sectors. We're looking at availability of high quality data to create and innovate, because if we set up data spaces that they can exchange easily data among themselves, will make the data from different sectors available, and thus we believe will increase the innovation and the rise of new business model. Of course, we're going to follow the European rules and values, and they will be fully respected. And with the setting up of the common data spaces, we're going to set up rules for access and use of the data that are fair, practical, and clear, so that we have clear data governance mechanisms that are in place. Next slide, please. As first step, in Horizon Europe and in Digital Europe program, in the first work program, that is 2021-2022, we're going to invest in setting up 9 common European data spaces in different sectors like health, manufacturing, agriculture, and so on. But we're also having preparatory actions for other sectors, like construction sector. We realize the connection between platforms, data, and when I talk to you about what are our strategies for data and what are our next steps and investment for data economy, I don't forget platforms, because they're one of the building blocks of these common European data spaces. They will provide the tools to access, exchange, and use data for analysis and new business models. So with this, I would like to thank you. The last slide is just a thank you slide. I'm sorry I took a little bit longer. I expected to take much less time. I look forward to hear the next panelist and then discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosita Georgieva. That was really interesting, and I couldn't interrupt you because it was really interesting. So thanks a lot. We will hear Rosita back again in our panel discussion. And now I will forward to Jesus Benedicto on his talk on the media architecture. So please go ahead, Jesus.
Thank you, Sebastian. Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to thank you all for taking this train today and joining us on this journey. My name is Jesus Benedicto. I'm from Atos, and I was one of the people involved in the definition of the reference architecture for the MIDI project. The idea of this session is I will try to give you some technical information about the reference architecture that we have defined in this project. At the beginning, I will start present what is the technical objective of the MIDI project. Then we will see which were the starting points for the definition of the architecture. Also, we go deeper in the different functionalities and capabilities that are covered by this reference architecture. Also, where these functionalities are located in the different layers that we have defined in the architecture. And then the idea is to show you the different implementation for the smart factory, smart product, and smart supply chain implementation that we have finally have in the project. Then let's start. Just to put some context here, the MIDI is part of the I4MS program, the ICT Innovation for Manufacturing SMEs. More concretely, is located in the phase 3. And it can be considered the evolution of a previous project called BPPS, Business Experiments in Cyber Physical Production Systems. Then MIDI is about cyber physical system and IoT applied to the manufacturing. And the idea here is to try to extend the platform, the initial platform, with new features, mainly focused on 3 different pillars. The first one is to provide an edge-oriented distributed architecture, which will allow us to act in real time, bringing data processing close to the devices, so at the edge. Then the second pillar is more related to try to provide kind of APIs, a set of open APIs to interoperate with the legacy system and also with the commercial solutions like MindSphere, Dosol, SAP HANA, and GPredix, for example. The idea is to have a good connection and interoperability with this kind of commercial solutions. And the third pillar is also very, very important in the project because this tries to develop an industrial analytics framework covering both data in motion and also the data at rest. Let's say the data which is near real time and the data which previously persisted for the batch processing. And this is more or less the idea of the objective, technical objective of this architecture. Then, what was the starting point in order to define the architecture? So, at the starting point of the design of the architecture, we perform a detailed review and analysis of the existing, let's say, reference models, also an architecture for industrial IoT systems, which the Industrial Internet Reference Architecture, the ITSA, FIREWARE, and also RAMI 4.0. As well, for sure, analysis of the IoT standards technologies applied in manufacturing domain, paying particular attention to the different logical layers that all of these architectures provided. Then, after that, we have tried to identify commonalities among them, both at the level of functionalities and technologies, covering standards, interoperability, also which, let's say, kinds of connectivity at the bottom, close to the devices, also which mechanism for analytics they provide, for sure security aspects, and mechanisms that all the different standards and platforms use to access the information. So here we can see, for example, the Industry 4.0, the RAMI 4.0, which is the 3-dimensional model, which describes the Industry 4.0 space and organizes the, let's say, all the life cycle value streams and the manufacturing hierarchy levels across the 6 layers of the IT representation of the Industry 4.0. Is provided by the German government. Also, we have the Industrial Internet Reference Architecture, which is published by the Industrial Internet Consortium in the USA. This is also a standard-based open architecture for the industrial Internet of Things. This is not focused only in manufacturing because this is much more cross-domain, covering also smart cities, or health, energy, and other domains. But for sure, this is also applicable to manufacturing. And also the idea is to this kind of architecture tries to be deeper in the interoperability between the different technology that you can use in manufacturing. Also, we have the industrial data spaces. They cover all the processes involved in the creation of a secure network of trusted data. And finally, we have the FIWARE, which is an ecosystem of open source components called generic enablers that allows to accelerate the development of a smart solution. So they provide several components that you can assemble and that you can to develop a ready prototype in order to interact or to have some solution in a fast manner. This was the starting point. Then also we have very focused on in this data-driven approach provided by the Industrial Internet Reference Architecture for the ECS. This is MIDI follows this data-driven approach, which is inspired in the layer data bus. Here we can see in the picture we have different databases. We have 4 exactly. At the bottom we have the machine data bus, which is more related to the devices at the shop floor. Then we have the unit data bus, more let's say in the line of factory. The site data bus that can be at the level of the factory, and then we have the intercity data bus in order to interconnect different factories here. The most interesting here is the databases use a data-centric public subscribe mechanisms. This is a communication model which is very common to this kind of databases. And then the applications have to subscribe to the data that they need as input for them, and also they can publish the information they produce. So this kind of architecture is very effective for quickly distributing large quantities of time-critical data or information. And then also they provide very low latency, and then it's very for the secure communications. So MIDI's base also covers is based on this approach for data driven. And then the next step was to define different functional layers and capabilities that we have to cover regarding the previous architecture. We have also taken into account, and also for sure the requirements for the pilots. The idea here at the left, we have several functionalities that we have to provide connectivity and edge. We have to provide an edge management, database integration, also stream and batch analytics, some APIs and some graphical user interfaces in order to access the data, a mechanism for data visualization, and for sure security aspects and for the privacy and governance. Then here we can see in this picture of the right, we have defined, we follow the 3-tier architecture pattern, which is composed by the edge tier, platform tier, and enterprise tier. In each of them, we have identified several functional layers regarding connectivity, data collection, data storage and processing, visualization, application service, and third-party applications, and also covering all the different aspects in order to have a data-centric approach in the architecture, where the data is the center of it will be in the center of the architecture. But the idea is here to have a virtualization of the data, where the idea is to bring the computation to the data in order to maximize the performance. And also we have here also it's very important for us to maximize the quality of the information. For that, we have to have several different stages for processing the data. We have to have some merge with existing data, where the new data can be consistent. with all the data we have previously stored, and also some aggregation, because the new data also can be visible for the rest of the applications, and also the delivery mechanisms in order to provide the data for the different applications that they can use this. After we had defined the architectural pattern and also the different functional layers, the idea was to condense these functionalities to form the core of the MIDI platform. This core is made up by two different layers that provide the connectivity, starting for the connectivity to the devices at the bottom. Here we can have the industrial IoT layer, which is more focused on the responsible for support the near-term data that dimension, including the integration through the field gateway and the specific IoT agents within multiple devices that use different protocols in order to gather the data. This is more related to the edge computer, the local clouds. And here we have to provide different services for the visualization, security, offline processing. And then the idea is to, the data we gather with the lower layer to have some persistence in some middleware. Let's say it can be databases of file systems. And then we have the second layer, which is more related to the industrial analytics. This layer is in charge to deal with batch analytics or data at rest. Then is responsible to analyze the data which has previously persisted. And then also they provide several mechanisms and services for visualization, security, and also to normalize the information. Then around this, the core of the platform, we have at the bottom, we have the different data sources. At the bottom, we have mechanisms in order to access the data that we have previously gathered from the shop floor and the different data sources. This is the information layer. On top of this, we have the application and services that can take advantage of this data and in order to process and to take some insights. And then also we have here mechanisms to access the data for the outside of the company, for the third-party applications that is covered by InterSeed secured data bus. This is more or less the overall picture of the MIDI reference architecture. And then covering all of them, we have for sure mechanisms in order to have security, identity management, and data protection and privacy. Then the next step, when we have defined the core of the platform, the idea, the objective was to try to mapping the different components that cover all the different functionalities that we have defined here. Here we decided to have two different implementation lines, one based on FireWire open source components, which are here in the left. So for each of the functionalities, we have identified which component of FireWire can solve this functionality, and then how to integrate and to operate between them. And at the same time, we have defined the same for the Apache components. Here we have the analytics Flume, Scoop, Hadoop, HBase, Cassandra, Phoenix, all of them have Apache components that solve the different functionalities and capability that we need to provide. And also the idea here was to have several interoperability between the two different lines. We have achieved this with sorry, I can't move. Okay. Then here we can see the overall stack, the overall pipeline. From the connectivity at the left, we have the edge layer with several components for the FireWire and also for the Apache. Then the brokering layer, which is the probably most important, which is covered by routing context broker for FireWire and also with Kafka, we have here the interoperability is in charge of the FireWire Draco, which is a component based on Apache NiFi. Also for the storage, we have also different components, Cygnus, Comet, and MongoDB for the FireWire, and also some storage components coming from the Apache, Cassandra, Hive, HBase, Hadoop. Then we have some components in the analytics layer. And finally, we have visualization components in order to be able to understand the information that we have previously gathered.
Could you come to an end, Jesus? Slowly.
Okay. Then, just to give some overview regarding the commonalities and advantage or disadvantage of the implementation lanes. Regarding commonalities, they have all the commonalities that we have some open source developments, flexibility and agility, some speed, cost effectiveness, because are cheaper to work with the open source solutions, ability to start from small. And also the pros regarding FireWire versus Apache, probably the most important is that we have a standard API for accessing the context information. And also that the several generic libraries are based on Apache components. For example, Draco is based on NiFi, Cygnus in Flume. So when the Apache components evolve, probably we can take advantage of that and then to also evolve of our components. Then regarding the cons, probably regarding FireWire, they have some lack of vendor expertise because this is relatively a new, is new in the sector of in this manufacturing domain. They also have several applications in real environments, and probably the community and ecosystem is more stronger in the Apache than not at this moment in FireWire. Then just to finalize, I will try to show you that we have defined 3 different implementations, one for smart factory, smart product, and also smart supply chain. The 2 first are in charge for collect data, for real-time analytics, also for storage the data, also to provide data analytics services, and also in order to visualize the data, providing also several services. And regarding the smart supply chain, the idea is to focus on the collaboration between the companies. Also to provide the companies real-time visibility regarding the production, inventory, and materials, and also to provide some decision-making about through advances of analytics regarding the supply chains. So we have 3 different implementations here. And this is the final picture of the 2 implementation for the smart product and smart supply chain. For the smart product is in gray. We're talking about products in the real world, and we have the DIHs and also the usage of this product in the real world. This is the yellow one for the smart product, and also we have for the smart factory, which is more focused to the physical world, the real world assets in the industrial shop floor, let's say devices and also kind of sensors. And then also here we have the different components that conform cover all the functionality that we have identified previously and how they interact between them, and the different implementation lines. Here at the left we have the FireWire, and the right we have the Apache, and how both lines can interact and they can share information between them. They also discovered some artificial augmented reality, also for sure some specific analytics with the D2Win component. Also we cover commercial application with the Siemens Sphere in order to provide mechanisms and, let's say, mechanisms in order to access the data for the commercial solutions. And then finally, we can move forward to the smart supply chain, which is based on top of the smart factory and the smart product. Here we have the IDS connectors in order to share information and to interchange information between companies in a trusted way. And then the last, this is the last slide. This more focus on the 3 different pilots that we have in MIDI project and how they have been adapted the reference architecture of the MIDI. Then our colleagues in the next session will explain will be deeper in these aspects. So that's all for my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesus. That was indeed impressive and really interesting. So yeah, please dig deeper into our cool architecture that we have developed. And with these words, I will continue to Antonio Lascorain from NECO on stability and repeatability in cutting tools manufacturing. Please go ahead, Antoni.
Good morning, everybody. I am Antonio Lascorain, and I am going to present the NECO industrial case inside MIDI project. Nueva herramienta de corte. NECO is a production plant of French Tivoli Group. We are located in Elorrio, in the Basque Country in Spain, and we manufacture a lot of kind of tools, but in this moment we are focused in 3D tools, such as tabs and cylindrical and flat rolling dies for different markets like automotive, energy, windmills production, aeronautic, and other generalistic manufacturing industries. In this project, we focus in the manufacturing of high-speed steel tabs. And this process, we can summarize it in the following steps you can see in the slide. We start with the raw material bars with the first operation, like turning, milling, to have the raw form of the tab. After this, the second step is the heat treatment that provide to the tabs the necessary hardness and metallographic structure. And finally, we have the different grinding operations, OD or external diameter square grinding, etc. And the most important 3 operations and the final steps of the tab production, that they are the fluting grinding and feed and chamfer grinding, and finally we have the finished tab. For our MIDI lead house experiment in this project, we focus our efforts in the flute grinding operation because in our case is maybe the most important to obtain the good result in the direction we need. When we start of the MIDI process of the MIDI project, we have some limitation at NECO. Basically, the lack of the control of the grinding operation and also the no clear dimensions measurement, because the tabs, they are measured manually by operators with the help of some mechanical, maybe old devices. And also the know-how about the process was difficult to preserve because the quality and the setting of the or adjusting the machines depends of the personal experience and is not in a database for all the people is working in this machine. In a context of this high digression between the performance of product from 2 manufacturing orders, the most important challenge has been to achieve a higher level of digitalization of the manufacturing process through the adoption of the technology covered by MIDI in this case. For the experiment, we proposed 2 different geometries, the most habitual, most current geometries. One is the spiral pointed tab to thread through holes, and the other is the spiral tab to thread blind holes. They are very, very typical geometries in tab production. And also 2 different critical defects that we identify. One is the wrong cutting angle. I show in the slide two different tabs, one with the cutting angle correct and in other with the cutting angle not okay. And also the wrong fluted form, because the chipping extraction depends of this form. We start introducing the different sensors in the machine. These sensors can measure the different parameters of the machine status and creating a digital of the process, a digital twin of the process. We start analyzing the most critical parameters for tap performance in this operation and linking this with the particular defects. And a number, very, I don't know at this moment, but maybe 20 sensors are in the machine to have information of different parameters like the spindle speed or the wheel torque or the vibrations or the pressure or the flow in the oil flow, etc. We create also a digital twin for the product thanks to the Innovalia MIDI partners. With an optical scanner, we measure the taps after the grinding process, creating a digital 3D reconstruction, which is automatically measured by the M3 software by Innovalia. Fluid parameters and angles are calculated and traceability is assured thanks to the QEF framework for the dimensional data, with the guarantee of the traceability for the production parts. At this moment, we have all the operational and product data thanks to the digital twins. In this slide, we can see the different sources of the different information we are managing. We have the measurement data from the Innovalia device. We have the sensor data also. We have the tooling status in our drill database. And we have also in the machine the database with the cutting condition like cutting speed or feed, etc. And also we have information from our PDM after the symbiosis project with the form, with the different parameters we want to obtain in the tab. Statistical process control of the quality data is performed, and new thresholds have been set due to a more accurate product geometrical inspection. What previously was considered an okay part, now it may know, and it may fall into the defective rate thanks to the knowledge we acquire about the tab geometries and performance. So we reduce the tolerances in our tabs. This may be the lesson learned about the grinding operation and turning of the machine setups. At this moment, we are introducing all the standards in the manufacturing process, changing the historical standards and introducing the new production standards in order to obtain this reduced tolerances in the tab. As another outcome of the NECO industrial pilot, the Orion Control Context Broker also permits the contextualization of the data from product and process, which permits NECO to share information about its production is trusted with customer OEMs, for example. Due to MIDI, NECO has acquired many benefits. In my opinion, the most important of them has been to reinforce the process to make it more stable, and thus the tab is able to perform with higher repeatability. And I show here some KPIs tactical or operational, like tab reworking, we reduced 25% of reduction in this to tab we need to rework before sent to the customers. We reduce 10% the defective products in manufacturing, or 15% of reduction in lead time to the customer. This is our experiment. Thank you. Thank you for watching and hearing me.
Thank you, Andoni. Thanks for showing us your experimentation and for showing those really interesting results. And with these words, I will give the word to Julian Mascolo from CRF on the Lighthouse experiment in automotive from MIDI. So the floor is yours, Julian.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and we can see your screens as well.
Wonderful.
Lights as
yep.
well.
Even okay. So good morning from my side also. I'm Julian Mascolo from Fiat Research Center, and I will briefly go into the details of what has been done for our two applications, trying to highlight also the added value for us. So we are FCA, part of FCA, Fiat Chrysler, and just to record that the group involved in MIDI is also the one who is developing innovation inside our lean manufacturing organization, WCM. And so the innovation, like the one that we are developing in MIDI, has to undergo in certain steps to ensure that we maximize exploitation and the applicability to all of our plants worldwide. So what we do in MIDI, thanks to our position in the company, can be then rolled out to our plants. First of all, I would like to thank Jesus for the architecture description that we saw before, because I think it's up to the point that and explains the architecture also that we have decided to implement, and what is the benefit of this architecture. And the benefit is, of course, of creating a network of suppliers, service suppliers with us, in order so that our data is shared securely and analyzed timely. So this is the added value of the architecture, and I will go again on this point in this presentation. So we have in this project two threads of applications, one on the supply chain, so the inbound logistics of our plants, and the second one is on the internal manufacturing. Broadly, the impact recalled here is the one that, thanks to this application, we increase the saturation of the production system, we reduce the environmental impact, and we tackle the costs for the vehicle. But again, we will go through it in the next slides. So I rely on Angelo. Thanks very much for the slides. You have a little bit here of the business values that we are attacking in this project. So on the left-hand side, you have the previous situation before the implementation of MIDI, in which we had to increase the saturation of the production system. We had to increase the let's say to optimize the way we are doing maintenance, and in particular to the unplanned maintenance. And we had also the we have a mouse going around in the picture. It's not mine. Okay, okay. Thank you. So and we had no possibility to share the data and analyze it and in a timely manner, because mostly the analysis were done locally when possible, and whenever there was some particular request or problem at the shop floor level. So for predictive maintenance, the architecture is the one of the new system, the 2B, which is now implemented in our system, is recorded is on the right hand side of this slide. I will not go through it because again Jesus thoroughly presented it before, but I will only recall the added value here, that with this architecture we are able to include external actors in a secure and timely manner, and this is the great added value of this architecture, and on this project in particular for the part of the smart factory. Next, please. Okay, so the to-be situation here is the actual one. Really, it's the system working in the plant, which enables to share the data with external partners from their side to receive the data, from our side to receive the analysis, and to have a visual management of the system, in this case a welding system. So we have the possibility to identify and predict the maintenance events, and the added value here is of course the main added value, apart from involving external actors, but for the plant owner, the added value is to increase the availability of the system and the production rate. Next, please. Okay, the second thread of applications for this project is on smart logistics. So even more in this case, we have a full set of actors involved, from logistics service providers to analysis service analysis actors and suppliers. So the previous situation, pre-MIDI, let's say, was that most of all the data coming from the containers. We are speaking here of collecting data from containers with sensors attached to them in order to monitor the quality of the supply, and to understand if there is some incoming problems on the containers. So we were not able to trace this data, and of course we were not able to predict events related to the quality of the transport. Now, the actual implementation. This is the architecture that Jesus presented, so I will not spend more time on it. But again, the added value here is on the involving the external partners. So next slide is a video. So I will ask Angelo to start it. Thank you. It's from a manager of FCA involved in this application. So we will see what Paolo thinks about this application. On my side, it's not started yet. I don't know if it's only on my side.
No, I cannot hear it as well.
On the bottom left part, there should be a button. I think you already pressed it, but okay, wonderful, thank you. No sound from my side, but I do not hear anything, but we should. Okay.
Julian, you can comment or skip.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we do not hear the first part was self-explaining, and now we have Paolo, the manager of FCA, involved in this application. Is showing us the logger, so the platform which has been used for the monitoring of the containers. Here you have an example of the interface for the management, so we can go drill down to the level of the component and see what is the status of the component. Here we have some colleagues in CRF involving into the assessment of the quality of transport. But Paolo here, our colleague in FCA and manager in supply chain management, explains what is the objective of his department, and in particular the difficulties that they are facing in understanding the quality of the process, the sourcing process, the possibility to know where the trucks are, but that's not the best part. That's the base, knowing where the trucks are and the containers are, but also knowing what is the temperature of the containers. We have several components that cannot sustain specific temperatures, vibrations. Most of the components can be damaged during transportation, and thanks to the logger, thanks to the platform that was developed in collaboration with Cefriel, and thanks to the monitoring and visualization platform developed by engineering, we have the possibility to assess the quality of the transportation and to react if necessary. Okay, next slide, please. Super, thank you. So yeah, just a few images about of test. On the left-hand part, you have the logger installed on the containers, and then we have the we have the truck ready to go for the source transportation of the components. We had several instances of tests of this platform. The last one is still running, and we have loggers going around in Europe, and that's really interesting to see what the results of this system and the components going around. Okay, next one, please. Okay, here you have some more images of the installation. Please, next one.
Could you please also come to an end, Julian?
Yeah. I think it's the last but one. Left-hand part, the sensors that are embedded into the platform and what we are monitoring. So I said before, the localization, but also temperature, humidity, vibration, shocks, etc. We have this platform for visualization and monitoring. Next one. We already saw it in the video, so I will not go deeper on that. This one I already said so, but yep, I would like to end this presentation to record the added value. So the added value from the manufacturing application, yeah, increase the quality of the final product, process cost decreases, waste reduction, etc. This is all very pretty much divided into the KPIs deliverable of the project, but this is only a summary for sure. So, and regarding the sourcing application, that's all about increasing the quality of the final product, decreasing the costs, reducing the waste, etc. And then last but for us the most important one, thanks to the architecture developed in the project, we are able to create and manage a network of services suppliers, like the one doing the analysis, the one providing the hardware, the one, etc. And that's the best part of MIDI for us. Next one, and I think the next one is on any questions. You have here my references, so in case of questions, you can also, we can get in touch and continue exchanging on the issue, on the topic.
Thank you so much, Julian. That was, again, very interesting, cool insights into a very cool logistics supply chain. And,
yeah, we are very happy of the results, and that great. Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay, I will continue with my experimentation, cross-border experimentation in steel supply chain. Our train is a little bit late, so I think we will put some more coal into there. I'm talking about coal because we started this in the rural area together with ThyssenKrupp. And so what was the basic idea of our experimentation? We wanted to work on applied additive manufacturing with regards to the media experimentation. With applied additive manufacturing and industrial additive manufacturing, you can do really cool things. For example, here on the left side, you see a valve box from a submarine. You can see the submarine on the right side. And within the engineering process for industrial additive manufacturing, you create a different shape because you can produce it in additive manufacturing easily, and you can't produce it with standard technologies. So the valve box on the left looks a little bit more organic then, and what's the benefit here? So it's becoming more expensive at the one hand side, but it also becomes more reliable. And if you talk about such large submarines, reliability is important. As you can see here, the function and the weight reduction of approximately 83% by the re-engineering with industrial additive manufacturing. Well, that's cool. But that is only one driver that showcases very good the changes in the steel supply chains. We took a look over the whole steel supply chain, where the value chain is really breaking down the classical hierarchical structure and really moves towards dynamic ecosystems. And I would like to depict what I mean with those dynamic ecosystems here. You can see the customer here on the right side, and he needs some enablement to use the ecosystem. And then he simply can compose a complex service. For example, the creation of this valve box. So he needs someone who does the engineering job for him. He needs then a material supply. He needs a 3D printing hub that really prints it. You need some post-processing like painting, deburring, whatever. And typically afterwards, something like non-destructive testing. And as this all could be done by different facilities, you may want to move the parts or the material supply and the parts later on from factory to factory towards the customer, then back again. And this really showcases a problem that we addressed within MIDI. What we wanted to do is to protect the data flow, because the data in here really has a kind of a value, to protect it, but to enable the data exchange. Of course, it's easy to understand if you take a look at the CAD data, the data itself for the printed part. If the data itself for the printing part, there is a lot of engineering or know-how inside, and therefore a lot of intellectual property. So it has to be protected. If the 3D printing hub could take the file and say to the customer, I can print it to you again, but for only 20% of the price, because you didn't have the engineering efforts, that would be a business case, at least for parts of this ecosystem. So these files have to be protected. That's on the one hand side. The second thing that we really want to align planning and execution. What does that mean? If I do have engineered this part and I know how it has to be printed, then I can pre-select certain factories that can produce it, print it, post-process it, do the testing, and so on and so forth. So who has the capability to do so? But I could also think about printing this part directly in Singapore and not in Germany. So this could be an option because you're losing, you don't have to move the part over the half of the world. So you can optimize on various parameters. And that means you would have to compare different offerings from different participants. And that is what we can do here. We can bring together all the data, all the planning data of all the different parties, participants here in this ecosystem, and make a global optimization on top of that. And with this, we can really optimize the whole supply chain and really make it more agile, more flexible here. That is the one part of the story. And then if we can really do so, if we can get all the data from all the different factories together, and this is what we've achieved by MIDI, we can put on top of this real cool services, because we can not only assess planning data, we can also assess data from sensors, for example, for the optimization of the supply chain to really track where is a lorry or something like this. But we can also get data out of the facilities, out of the factories, and create a real digital twin of the part or of the supply chain, and put new cool services on the top of these digital twins. So this is the basic idea that we do have and what we have implemented within MIDI. So why did we use open data for this? Open data is absolutely important to enable such open source, of course, not open data. There is a typo in this slide. Sorry for that. Why is open source really necessary, and why do we have to open data here? Because it's required for interoperability. We do have an open ecosystems where different vendors, different companies want to easily step in, and they have to be interoperable. We don't need a software development project to step into such ecosystems. So we need interoperability, we need standards that drive interoperability across the borders of companies and security domains, and open source really drives these standards from paper to source code that is executable by all companies, especially also SMEs. With open source development, we increase development speed. And this is really required because supply chains and value chains are getting more flexible and agile, as already mentioned, and all participants need to adapt to the new needs more frequently. And what does it mean? So it's not only about technology, it's not only about source code, it's really that we have to think from competition to co-opetition. It's really a change in the mind shift because this would lead to cost for every participant to leverage the benefits, and we want to put it all into one place so that we can share the cost. And that really means from competition to co-opetition, and this is where the DIH can really support here. So that's a brief overview on our use case, what we have done in our Lighthouse experimentation. I would like to close with this. Of course, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you have additional questions, you can, of course, come back to me via email, give me a call, whatever you like. And with that, I would like to continue with our podium discussion. And I would kindly ask if all the participants are back again. So we should have Nenad, we should have Stefano in the call.
Yes,
we should have Rositza, we should have her exactly.
Jesus.
I can see Jesus, that's good. Stefano, hello Stefano. Stefano, we cannot hear you yet.
Hello. Ciao, Sebastian.
Ciao. And Rositza, do we have you back as well?
Yes, I have 10 to maximum 15 minutes online.
Yes, that's good. We don't have any more either. We have to come to an end as our train is also coming to the end of the line. Maybe starting with a very brief statement from all of you. Starting maybe with Rositza. Why should European SMEs and large industries use open source, and why or if they should contribute to open source projects? So what is it, how can we really use and contribute to open source as SMEs? Hi, Antonio.
Thank you. This is a great question, but from a position of PO in the European Commission, for me it's important actually to make a few things clear. Like, for example, we at the European Commission, we rarely mandate that open source has to come from a project. And we keep saying that this is a business decision and it's based on what are the values of the business. What we mandate as a development under the project is for a reference implementation of open specifications, which means we mandate the specifications to be open and then to show a reference architecture on the implementation on a certain level to demonstrate how you interpret those specifications in the prototype during the project. So it is really important to say it is a business decision. We request interoperability. We request different platforms to cooperate and collaborate with each other, but we cannot mandate whether it should be open source or proprietary solution at the end. Of course, we like open source and we support it. For us, it's important that SMEs has a choice, but also sometimes having open source is also an additional expense for the SMEs. So it's really up to the business to decide.
Yeah, so really sovereignty, it's your choice what to use and how to contribute. Yeah, thank you, Rositza. That was a good statement. Thank you so much. Maybe Stefano, what is your expectation? What is your idea about usage of open source? As you come from FIWARE, a real large open source initiative, and I was mistaken when I firstly prepared this question as a European open source initiative. No, it's not. FIWARE is really an international open source initiative, but it started in Europe. So what's your opinion on open source? How can Europe really drive open source or use it?
Thank you, Sebastian. Yes, thank you also for clarifying this aspect, because yes, it is important to say that FIWARE as an open source initiative was born in Europe, and I think this is a very important element in the DNA of FIWARE, because there are aspects typical of European culture, European policy, and above all, for instance, like just to make an example, GDPR, which are part of the DNA, the initiative that are very much appreciated also in other parts of the world. So this is an important element that makes the difference between the FIWARE open source initiative and other global open source initiatives. So being born in Europe means something. Then the important element here is that we want to foster this adoption, and then at the level of having open source, at least at the layer that allows to build an interesting application on top. And because of this, also the appreciation of our approach, we are receiving contributions not only from Europe, many large corporations, but also from outside Europe. For instance, just to make an example, recently Red Hat join FIWARE Foundation as a platinum member. This means that the appreciation of FIWARE is going much beyond Europe as such. This means that we are having more and more responsibility towards the people that are using the technologies in order to have them always leading edge, at the edge of the research, but also, of course, as technology that are market ready, that allow people to make business. And I think in the presentation that we heard before from Jesus and others, we saw this aspect.
Thank you, Stefano. Really interesting insights again. Thank you so much. And we do also have Nenad Stojanovic in the line without video today. Nenad, from your experiences with different companies implementing open source, what would you say? How is the acceptance of manufacturing SMEs and also large industries in manufacturing for open source? And what are basically the acceptance criteria to use open source?
Hi, good morning. Sorry for not having the video. There is a technical problem. Anyway, look, Sebastian, there is this interesting question because actually, if you would answer this a couple of months ago, I would have another statement. But currently, we are really obsessed by pandemic and by the troubles which are everywhere. Even as Oscar said, this meeting would be not performing this way if there would be not this event. It's the same for the open source, I would say. Currently, we are facing that there is a need for companies, especially manufacturing SMEs, to be more resilient. So this is the main lessons learned from the pandemic. All these supply chains, including inputs or including the services, should be more resilient. And now it's an interesting question, how? And open source seems to be one of the solutions. And this is why, as I said, the answer about the adoption, I would really wait a little bit, a couple of months, probably years, in order to see a drastical, let's say, drastical change in adoption, because it became very clear that proprietary software is not the solution. All these fixed supply chains are not the solution. And open source as a paradigm which is based on being open, being flexible, being network-based, shared, is the solution. And especially if you're talking nowadays about and what is coming out of the crisis, and what open source is actually delivering as an added value. According to many surveys, there is one from the Red Hat from the last year. Actually, total cost of investment is the main driver for adopting open source. Then security, and the third place is innovation, because open source is really enabling cutting-edge innovation for an affordable price. And this would be the main driver. I would say what I would see for the future is really a lot of open source innovation-driven projects in the manufacturing. But what is big disclaimer here? I'm not expecting that it will be done very smoothly. Although open source community for AI is extremely very well developed, we have TensorFlow as a community with about 10,000 contributors in the last year, which is not bad. It's on third place. But manufacturing SMEs would need the help. And this is where I see really very promising role of the DIH. So this Innovation Hub can really boost that process, especially MIDI, with having a view on DIH, not only as providing technological services, but all these innovation services which will be presented in the next train. So what I would like to say is that the time for open sources is coming, because as one said in the previous talks, that was COVID-19. There will be unfortunately COVID-20X or something like this. So we have to learn something, and I think it's a really good moment to change this mindset in the manufacturing, especially that open source, and this is also my experience, is still not major, still not good. But now, according to this forecasting, I think it will be much more affordable for the companies, especially SMEs, as I said, under condition that there will be support by digital innovation hubs to drive this transformation. Thanks.
Nina, thank you so much for the statement, and I would love to continue this discussion afterwards on the coffee break. I completely agree, so thank you so much. But for the sake of time, please let's continue. Antonio, as you've been covering a lot of standard activities in the MIDI project, so hi, good to see you again. What is the role of open standards to support the use of open source activities, in your opinion?
So I think that, as mentioned before by Stefano, I think FireWare is a good example, and we can extrapolate this in other examples, that we need to be driven by the two forces. On the one hand, standards driven, because we need to align and agree in replicability and in solutions that everybody agree, and in a democratical way we put all together with the pros and cons, and that we can agree and define together. And second, because we need to adopt it, because all the standards must be de facto, must be adopted, because as you know, there is much more standards existing that really practical and applied in the world. So we need to, a successful standard is a standard that is applied and is used by the industrial community. We need to use open source to guarantee the adoption. So I think also the international data space, another good example where you are contributing with the standards, but we are also contributing with the open source to guarantee the adoption. So this is obvious. A standard is agreement, but the agreement is also the adoption and replication of these technologies, and we need to go together. Just to give you an idea, around only 5% of all the standards available are really used in industry. If we want to make sure that our standard promoted are part of this 5%, make sure that FireWare Foundation, Eclipse Foundation, Linux Foundation, or any other foundation support it and make de facto implementation to make sure that the community adopt it. In that way, is the unique guarantee that we will get the agreement and we will get the real impact in the market. So that is the reason that they must go together. I think the international data space doing right correctly. FireWare is also a very good example, and that is the reason that companies like Atos, Hopu presently, also the companies like the rest of companies present in the consortium and also attending today, are agreed that we need to go in both directions: open source, open standard, and of course, on top of that, offer your value proposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio. That was also a crystal clear statement, and I think I would have to invite you for a beer afterwards, all of you in this group, when our train arrives at the station. So I like it. I would love to continue this a little bit longer. But as we are currently entering the station, as I can see, maybe a last question to Jesus, as a representative from AIOTI, kind of a large company. How can large companies like AIOTI support open source activities on the one hand side, but on the other hand side, how can you leverage these activities for your customer then again?
Thank you, Sebastian. So currently AIOTI as a great supporter for the open source initiatives. Yes, AIOTI as solution providers, as system integrator, currently is involved in several communities and initiatives, as well as collaborates with other companies and big players. So for AIOTI is so very important in order to for the collaboration, because the collaboration between the different partners are where each of them excels in some specific let's say technology, let's say cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or probably AIoT. It's very important that the combination and collaboration of all of them. So currently AIOTI is, for example, is involved in with the OpenShift Services platform, which is a result of a collaboration by AIOTI and Red Hat to create a cloud platform. Also is involved in the Cloud Foundry Foundation. AIOTI here is a certified service provider and makes an activity contribution to the Cloud Foundry business community. And also other companies like not only AIOTI, for example, Dell and Siemens take advantage of this kind of open source communities in order to have full compatible, let's say, software for their hardware, getting associated companies and to collaborate with other partnerships. But also for AIOTI, also it's important not just to open the open source. For AIOTI, is probably is a combination of several concepts that we have to work further here. Also, together with the open source, we have to talk about the open data models, open platforms, and open standards. So at this moment, the open platform can provide to the partners or to the smallest companies the possibility only to get the specific modules or, let's say, parts of the platform in order that they need to use and in his business. And also for the open standards is very, very important here in order to break down barriers, because to have an open communication formats and protocols is for the open source communities. Also for manufacturing will be key in order to success in this way. And for sure the open data model, because the data models are then in the manufacturing will determine how easily data can be analyzed. So every people on in every layer of the let's say of the architecture, we are able to normalize the proprietary data models and using them. So we will avoid to waste a lot of time in order to understand the data, and we can focus just on how to proceed, on how to analyze the data, because the model will be the same at the end. So this is more or less our vision of Atos at this with the open source concepts.
Thank you, Jesus. That was also an interesting insight. As we are running a little bit out of time, what's left for me? Just, of course, thank you for traveling with us today. And I hope you enjoyed also this session. We started a little bit from the broader perspective, from the view of the Commission, but also showed what MIDI has done so far with the MIDI reference architecture and what achievements we have done with the MIDI reference architecture as open source, and try to close with the general meaning of open source. And you can see MIDI is one piece in the puzzle towards our common future here in Europe. And so thank you for listening. And with these words, I will continue to Sergio. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. And this is the last train of this Gare MIDI event. And without further ado, I will go to the essence of this train. So this train is going to present an ICT platform, which is an innovation and collaboration platform called DIHIWARE, which is supporting innovation and collaboration inside a digital innovation hub or across digital innovation hub. The point is that there is an evolution of this platform towards a concept of a platform more general, which is called the DIH for industry, which is the exploitation platform for MIDI, but also for other DIH initiatives. And then we have the first two presentations, which are describing the characteristics of this ICT platform, and they are from engineering, who is the partner who developed the platform. And then we have this ecosystem platform, DIH for industry message, which is open to any other initiative addressing digital innovation hubs. And one of them is the AIOTI 5G initiative to create a network of digital innovation hubs in Europe, which will be presented by Pierre-Yves Danet, Orange. And then we have the panel discussion, and two other guests will join our panel, Nicola Plantamura and Nadia Scandelli. Without further ado, Angelo, please give Angelo Marguglio the possibility to share his screen. Thank you.
Audio, Angelo, we don't hear you.
Yeah, thanks. Hello. Hello, good morning, everyone. So I'm Angelo Marguglio, the head of the Smart Industry and Agri-Food unit within the R&D department in engineering. And as Sergio suggested me, we are going to present our platform, DIHIWARE, and how it has been adopted within MIDIH, and also how that can be used also in this exploitation vehicle named the DIH for the industry. Then I will hand over to my colleague Samira that will present a demo of the platform, but in any case, we will remain at your disposal for any further question or any kind of demo, whatever. So the main idea behind this speech is to present the concept of the platform, why SME should get engaged on this platform, and the main characteristics of the platform. Going towards some success story, at least for an Italian market, mainly for Confindustria and Confapi, and one of these representatives, Nicola, will be also part of the panel discussion later on. And I will also mention the potential next steps and roadmap for the evolution of this platform and the bomb mentioned DIH for industry initiatives. So starting from, I would say 3-4 years ago, we start from a vision that was to design, to develop a platform for support the knowledge-driven services on how to foster the knowledge extraction and sharing within different organizations in order to promote how to catalog skills, knowledge, technologies, in order to provide a really collaborative innovation cycle within the different organization belonging to a specific ecosystem. So a DIH obviously is a really fluid and dynamic ecosystem, and it is why we are targeting this kind of ecosystem. And the main pillar was to support the knowledge management, a marketplace where the demand and offer of technology, skill, and experience can also be found. Innovation capabilities, funding opportunities, and other way to exchange business-related initiatives within the ecosystem, and then some pure collaboration and collaborative decision-making tools within the platform itself. So starting from that, we have started drafting the main technological pillars behind the platform. So obviously there are quite one-to-one relation between the knowledge management, the catalog management, the collaboration services, and what is, I would say, quite new in the concept is also the adoption of an open data space intended to foster not only the exchange of knowledge and skills within the ecosystem, but also, as already mentioned in the first train this morning, on how to exchange data, how to collect and categorize data, open data for research for the industry. So we also started developing this fourth pillar of the platform, and you will see a bit more in the demo. Which are the main capabilities? Indeed, which are the main technologies that are behind the platform? The platform is not built from scratch, but is just relying on many well-known technologies. Some of them are open source, some of them coming from the Faber catalogs. Some other are enterprise-grade solutions like LifeRay for the content management system. And others specifically for the innovation and for the cataloging services, we are developing brand new technologies from other R&D assets from ENG. The main needs that we are trying to tackle are coming from the SMEs, since, as you know, every DIH is first of all service of SMEs, so it's collecting experts, it's collecting technology provider, but in order to solve key challenges of SMEs, so we are trying to connect to create a network within SMEs and between the SMEs and the ecosystem in order to gain their awareness on which are the best solution, the best technology, or how to adopt specific technology. So it's not only a technology transfer, but also some methodologies to support the governance and how to the adoption plan of these technologies in order to create for them new business and market opportunities. This is especially true when we look not at the local market of the SME and a single DIH, but when you are within a network of DIH at the European level, absolutely this dimension can also be boosted by this wider and wider market. Just in a nutshell, okay, just a few screenshots about the platform, how it is organized in terms of space and so on, but I won't go deeper in that since Rosa Maria will show you a live demo on the platform. We will give access to this. And I want to tell a few things about some success stories. Indeed, DIHIWARE is still an ongoing project in terms that is still under development. We are still improving the platform enriching the services that are mediated through the platform. And we have already collected a bunch of success stories. Some of them are related to some research or R&D initiatives. So there are some other projects where we are partners, some others where ING is not partner, but in any case, we are collaborating with other consortia in order to build their own platform based on our DIHIWARE. But we have also some commercial success story, like the one linked to Confindustria and Confapi. And especially on these two Italian success story, I want to tell you a bit more. I mean, we have deployed the last year already the first ecosystem platform for all the 21 DIH for the Italian Association for Workers. And we also started last year, and we already are operational with a new ecosystem platform for Confapi. And as mentioned, Nicola Tamura will tell you a bit more in the panel session. But DIHIWARE, as mentioned, is a live product, is continuously increasing in terms of functionality, since we are collecting new requirements from the ecosystem where this platform is already adopted, and we are continuously developing functionalities. Like the one on open data, we are deploying this solution, and we are trying to close the circle, and we are continuously in contact with all the adopters of the solution. So, as already mentioned by Sergio, we built this platform in the project, but now we define our joint exploitation strategy in defining this vehicle, the EDIH for industry, that is not only targeting solutions and experience and technologies coming out from the MIDI project, but is also addressing some other solution coming from other DIH related projects. So this platform is still is powered by DIHIWARE. So this is just in some way a change of focus. We are now stepping not for collecting services and assets for SME, but to boost the efficiency of each DIH. So it's really how to create a network of DIH that are dealing with manufacturing domain. Many R&D initiatives has already declared their willingness to join this platform. We are going to launch these initiatives, I would say, really in these days, and we're already contacting also some external initiatives, and you will see a bit more. So which is the main function of the DIH for the industry? Indeed, we are following the main categorization that already been also commented this morning. So we are trying to collect assets and services for ecosystem building, skill management, technology provisioning, and business opportunities and data value chains, in order to share these services and how a digital innovation hub that is providing a success story and a good practice on mastering these services can share the services and the governance model to manage these services also in other DIH. Here you can see some, I would say, high-level view of the DIH for industry. So we will start from 3 main areas. Some of them are in some way to disseminate which are the DIH in your initiatives. So we have a list of initiative, a list of DIH, and also a list of experiment. So we have these 3 main pillars, and you will see also this visualization in the live demo that Rosa Maria will perform in a while. So you can obviously search and filter all the DIH into the portal, all the experiments that are already collected in the portal. Again, the idea is to collect to try to boost the cooperation between different initiatives that are dealing with DIH but dealing with manufacturing domain. So the cross collaboration with the so many other initiatives around the DIH concept and toward the European DIH network is something that absolutely in our mind, and this is one of the first steps to try to boost this innovation collaboration within the manufacturing domain. So this is just an example in case of MIDIH. So how MIDIH is going to be represented within the DIH for industry. You can see, and you will also figure out, like this structure is quite similar to the one that we are going to see in the DIHIWARE platform, mainly how to collect and categorize the different assets and services in terms of the 5 pillars that we were mentioned. So ecosystem building, business development, data and value chain, skills and maturity assessment, and technology provision. And that's it. I will now hear my email and reference in case you want to contact me back, and then I will hand over to Rosa Maria for the live demo of the platform.
Rosa Maria, you have the control.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, my name is Rosa Maria Magnaci, and I am the communication specialist in the context of the European funded project related to smart industry and social software of engineering. And today I'm here to talk to you about the DIHIWARE platform, and in particular I would like to take this opportunity to make a live demo of a demo instance of the DIHIWARE in order to show the main platform capability and try to fall into an hypothetical use of the platform. So to show how the DIHIWARE works, I started by opening the browser, leading to the site at dihiware.tech.it. What we can see is a public session of the platform. In this particular demo instance, show the main features of the DIHIWARE, and also some credits, so some of the projects that are already using the platform to reach their goals, and some also of the success story. And also a contact section in order to provide the user with information on how they can get in touch with us. Well, I'll start with some general information of the platform, and then I'll access the instance for a live demo. So the idea behind the platform is to create a one-stop shop, so a virtual space where multiple services are offered, and that potential beneficiary can get all they need in just one stop. As you know, in our innovative context company, get information from different sources, or different disconnected hubs that make people ping pong between them, wasting time and causing distraction and frustration. So the main purpose of the platform is to use the features to connect companies, peoples, and all the information they need in one collaborative space where it could be possible to collaborate with others and turn conversation and idea into project. So what are the main features of the platform? As Angelo said before, thanks to the DIHIWARE, it is easily to publish, organize, and access community information in one central location. And it is possible, thanks to our catalog management, to manage information and use the taxonomy and the power of metadata to catalog on resources and visualize them. And also it is possible to use our collaboration and innovation services in order to use, for example, blog, forum, etc., to pulling team together and providing a fertile ground for experimentation. And also we can use a set of services to enable the publishing and browsing of an open data set. So I'm prompted to log in. Okay, I'll enter a demo mail and the password so I can log in. Okay, now that I'm logged in, you can see the username appear on the top right corner, and I've landed on a welcome page. The bar that is shown at the top of the page is enable some of the top platform features, and in particular the main search that help you to quickly find what you're looking for, just browsing between team, visitors, and spaces. And you can simply enter your search terms in order to find what you're looking for. You can find all the resources by title, by content, but also by tag and category, for example. And from the Around Me application, it is possible to contribute and interact with the activity that flow into your community. It is possible also to see all upcoming events taken from the site calendar and also adding new calendar events. And your inbox show the activity that most you-centric or the information that's sent directly to you or has your name on it. And obviously it is possible also to setting up your profile, which is the first step for participating in the community, because your user profile provides community member an easy way to learn about your experience, skills, and interests. The main menu on the left enables the navigation of the workspace, and in this case, the navigation of the workspace is possible also thanks to this overview page that the community administrator or content creator of the platform can configure in order to direct to you to important content that plays in your community. Well, before moving on the exploration of the different space and application, I'd like to underline some of the elements that we can call the DIHIWARE advantages. The DIHIWARE is an integrated collaboration platform, so using the pre-built integration with the different subsystems constituent the platform architecture. In this case, we have a catalog management system, knowledge management system, and also an open data management system. You can easily knit heterogeneous system into one cohesive collaboration experience. So the platform pools information and activity from all the system into one common environment where everything is easy to find, share, and collaborate on. The platform has a role-based access control approach. So a role I use to collect permission that define a particular function of the user within a portal according to a particular scope. And also the platform can leverage on the multi-site capability. So it is possible to create as many different workspaces as you like within the context of a single portal, designed to facilitate collaboration among community members and customize in line with their purpose. And also the resource of the different workspace can have a restricted view, so only for members of that workspace, or they can be shared with the other. In this case, for example, we have two different workspaces. One is the DIHIWARE, but the also is dedicated, for example, in this case, in MIDIH. Let's come again. Okay. And also all the workspace obviously can be customized. So within the DIHIWARE, it is possible to customize your workspace for the contexts that are relevant to the community. This means that it is possible to configure spaces, pages, application, catalog template, catalog filter, in line with the community needs and requirements. This is the work we have done in MIDIH, but also in other projects and initiatives, obviously. So, right, let's move on the exploration of the different space of these particular workspaces, built in the wake of a potential use of the platform by a DIH. In this case, it is a coordinated group of organizations with complementary expertise like MIDIH that want to offer services to SMEs. And that can, in that case, it is divided within different spaces according to the direction of the European Commission regarding the European Digital Innovation Hubs in Digital Europe program. And this is why we have a space dedicated to innovation ecosystem networking that will help companies to get in contact with other companies in the value chain, with innovator, with clients, and stuff like that. And we have a space dedicated to skill and training that will also provide support in the area of advanced skill with the provision of training materials and related documents. And we have a space dedicated to support to find investment, supporting the access to relevant financial mechanisms, and a space dedicated to test before invest, supporting the providing access to digital transformation expertise, know-how, and services. And we have also a space dedicated to innovation and collaboration that enable the exchange of the different digital transformation journey among the different beneficiaries of the platform and of the workspace. And finally, we have also an open data space that enable the browsing of different open data sets that can contribute to the growth of SMEs. So let's move on to go through the single space, have a look to application and catalog belonging to the different spaces. So within the spaces, in this particular innovation ecosystem networking spaces, we have different catalog and application. We have, for example, catalog dedicated to the organization of the community. From where it is possible to see, obviously, the details of the company, but also the user belonging to the company. And as I said before, it is possible, obviously, to filter the catalog, in this case, by country, by domain of application, main competencies, and stuff like that. And that, as I said before, our catalog management system enables the catalog of resources, but also the dynamic modeling and visualization. And it is possible to have different view of the same catalog and also of the same resource. In this case, we have a list of the organization, but we can also view the map of the organization. Sorry. And we can also view the details of each company. We have also a catalog of success story, for example, and again, it is possible to filter the catalog, and obviously, sorry, we can add a new resource in the catalog, and for every entities of our catalogs, we can decide what kind of field must be inserted, what are the required fields, and so on. Okay. And here we can have also an events application, so it is possible to create new events, view the details of the events, but also categorize the events, but link with other users within the workspace, but also to notify the users to other beneficiaries of the platform. We have also an event matchmaking application that enable the organization of events with the purpose of meeting possible business partners in a sequence of short arranged meeting, enable the participant to introduce themselves and look for possible areas of cooperation. Then we have the space dedicated to skill and training, where we have a catalog of training materials, from where, again, it is possible to filter the catalog and view more details in order to get information how to get in contact with the services provider. We have in this space also a section, document library, when it is possible to put all the information related to training. In this case, I've put just 1-2 folders for papers and publications. Then we have the space dedicated to test before invest, with a catalog of experimental facility and a catalog of technology, and also a catalog of experiment, for example. Okay, and it is possible, obviously, to see the details of the experiments, as in the other for the other catalogs. And we have also a space dedicated to the collaboration, so it is possible to use the blog section to publish news for the community, and obviously it is possible to categorize those resources, share with other workspace, link with other resources, notify to someone the resource, etc., etc. It is possible to make advantages of the forum, so the discussion section, in order to being part of some important topic for the community, but also make new thread in order to collaborate with the other beneficiary of the workspace and with the other member community. And we have also an idea management system from where it is possible, organization can set up specific campaign. All the members can give idea input for every campaign. And the idea management system have a workflow process set up to ensure that all ideas are reviewed and evaluated. and every idea can have different worker, can be linked to other knowledge resources within the platform, obviously. And finally, we have also the open data space, from where it is possible to access to a large number of open data sets. Again, this is a subsystem. EDRA is a subsystem of our platform. From there, it is possible to search from dataset. It is possible to search for tag or categories, or simply for keywords. For example, if I search something by sensor, those are the dataset coming from the catalog that I selected. For heavy result, I can view the details of the JSON. Obviously, I can make a preview. I can download the JSON, but I can also create or show the datalet. In this case, I would like to show the datalet.
Thank you, Rosie. Could you come to a conclusion, please?
Yeah, for sure. So to summarize the main point, to summarize the main points of my talk, we have seen a demo instance of the DIHIWARE containing all the workspace dedicated to the potential DIH that want to offer to SME services, asset, and the space for collaboration innovation. All the structure can be obviously customized, as I said before, in line with your community objective and needs. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening, and if you have any question, please do not hesitate to ask me writing in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to you, Rosie. So the platform is ready, and we are going now to populate it with more and more material in order also to include, for instance, our 32 open calls winners. You know, we had 2 sessions of open calls, and we had 32 SMEs winning our prize for best application experiment. Now, Pierre-Yves Danet, please, from Orange, please, the floor is yours.
We cannot hear you. The audio is not good.
Hello.
There's a problem with the audio.
Hello.
Now it's better. Now it's better. Yeah.
Okay. So do you see my screen as well? Hello?
So also the screen. Yeah. Yes. Also the screen. We can see your screen too. If you can put in presentation mode.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, so hello everyone. So I'm Pierre-Yves Danet from Orange. I'm head of corporate research, and I'm also, instigating to set up DIH network targeting IoT, 5G, all connectivity topics. So it is an initiative that has took part 2 years ago. So there are 2 initiatives, one from AIOTI, which are addressing IoT, and one so 5G AI, which are so 5G. So the idea now is to create a large network encompassing the 2 domains. So the original name is Smart Connectivity EDIH Network, but now it's validated. So the idea is to try, to encompass all the organizations which are providing connectivity solutions for any verticals, industry obviously, but also health, smart cities, energy, and so on. So the EDIH network, as the others, should also obviously assist the DIH themselves. And the idea is that we have is to try to define a number of services that could fit the requests and the needs of EDIH in order to share them at the network level, and obviously to decrease the cost of service operation at each DIH level. This was really the objective. So two documents have been produced by this group. First one, which describes the mission of the objective of the network itself. Including first service set, platform sharing, and so on. And the second one, which tries to define exactly the activities of such a network, and obviously all the services that we will be able to offer to EDIH. So now the next step obviously is to enlarge the group. Actually, so we have 73 organizations which are part of this initiative. And so the idea of this is to try to encompass all the others which will be selected by the member states soon, and see how they can see some interest to join our initiative. So looking to the service themselves, because so it's really key to ultimately define. So we have four main activities. One which so provide some catalog and marketplace where people could find some information regarding trainings, regarding solutions, regarding success stories, and so on. So you can find easy information. The second one is on the policy activity, so mainly the liaison with the Commission, so building relationships with the member states in order to help EDIH to find the best way to develop their activity. Then we have one on best practices and skills, so technology wash, technical skills, best practice sharing, and so on, just to help people to educate their customers and their customers and their users. And finally, so there is a support functions which provide a number of services which help so people to run and operate their EDIH day to day. So all these services have been defined and described, and obviously, so our idea is to find a way or to find a solution, a platform, a multi-platform able to provide such services. And I am in contact since some days or weeks with our colleagues of DIHIWARE, so which also would obviously help us to find a way to provide these services. Looking to the previous presentation from Zamaria, so I tried to make the correspondence between mapping between the services that we have elaborated in our document, in our group, and so the functionalities which are offered by the DIHIWARE. And you can see obviously that most of the functions are available in the DIHIWARE function, which is very good. And somewhere it is now maybe a way of trying the solution, sharing it with the members of the partners of our initiative, to see if the platform is able to provide the right number of functions, and obviously is adapted to their needs. So just it was a very quick overview of our initiative, just to let you know that so your solution should fit to our needs. So thank you for listening, and so obviously open communication.
Okay, thank you so much. And we have now the final panel session regarding this train number 3. And I invited the panelists to open their webcam and to join this virtual panel. And first of all, I wish Nicola Plantamura to make a short position statement about Confapi and his experience in using and adopting the DIHIWARE platform.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Nicola Plantamura and I'm the president of the Confapi Bari district. What we have done in this experimentation in area Bari, we have experimented with the DIHIWARE platform in area district of Bari, and after a technical configuration phase of the platform, we have managed about 50 companies that have been brought together with DIHIWARE by various actors from the world of research and consulting. Particular interest of the parts of the company was the grant initiative, which in turn stimulated innovation processes. Moreover, it was also possible for the companies to interact directly with the export experts from the Emirates market, which provide for development of export plans. As a development hypothesis, we envisage the functional extension of the entire Confapi DIH local network and integrate the platform DIHIWARE with other business development platform as support for manufacturing chain companies in search of innovation. Confapi Digital Innovation Hub has been accredited by European Smart Specialization Platform for the idea to build a new relationship, giving our associates more competitive by running innovation. That's all for Bari.
Okay, thank you so much, Nicola. Nadia, would you like to make a short introduction about CEFREL?
Yes, good morning to everyone. My name is Nadia Scandelli. I am the head of the Smart Factory unit of CEFREL. CEFREL is a center for digital innovation that creates new products, services, and processes for companies, SMEs, big companies, international and European level. We participate to European, national, international research program like MIDIH, for example, and we also focus our services in the skills and education domain for professionals. So based on these, you can understand how DIHIWARE could be really interesting for CEFREL, because CEFREL would like to adopt, so we already tested internally and we are planning to adopt DIHIWARE in order to provide services to our customer and to find new customer. The service we would like to publish and in the platform will be focused on skills and on technologies and data. So the idea is to host a catalog of technology services and to adopt also DIHIWARE not only to host the services and publicize the services that we developed within MIDIH, but also to promote results and assets that will come from several European and national projects or innovation consultancy services. So this, I think that for CEFREL will be really a good way to create a strong link between research, project, the services provided to our customer, and also to test a new business model, new way to reach new customers, a new way to exit from the local market of SMEs, Italian SMEs, that is very vibrant, but we also think that the European one is very large, and it could be really helpful for us to find a new way and a new market for our services to help companies in their digital transformation journey.
Okay, thank you so much, Nadia. So I think you have seen the main functionality of the DIHIWARE platform, and there are two main modalities of use of DIHIWARE. On the one side, a digital innovation hub can use DIHIWARE to manage its ecosystem. That is, its ecosystem of competence centers, SMEs, regional development agencies, venture capitalists, experts in funding, That is the four main functions of a digital innovation hub. And this is done through the 5 categories of services. The second usage is the DIH for industry, which was proposed by Angelo. And this is some sort of a one-stop shop for all the projects who have something to say about digital innovation hub in manufacturing. And so this is an opportunity for MIDI project, but also for other projects to publish their assets and their services so that to have one-stop shop. Now, you see that this second definition is quite close to what it is envisaged to be the European DIH accelerator in the next Digital Europe program. So the question is, you know the European DIH initiative, you know that there is this European DIH accelerator, and the question is, which are the main functions that you would recommend in order to coordinate a DIH at pan-European level? And on the basis of your experience with DIHIWARE, if there are some functions of DIHIWARE which are currently missing and which will be needed, for instance, for the EDIH accelerator.
If I can, yeah. Okay, I mean, probably the current approach for the European DIH accelerator is more on organizational perspective. I mean, there are several dimensions on how this accelerator could support the different EDIH and how this EDIH should support the different DIH along the EU countries. But on the other side, there's not, I mean, not enough has been said about which are the IT tools that will support this local to global, in some way, at least local to European collaboration. So probably what is really, in some way, what has to be pushed is which are the platforms in terms of which are the collaboration services and how cross-border experiments can really be conducted within the different DIH. And in this direction, probably what is really missing, at least from an ICT provider, is a sort of standardization of how to exchange data between the different platforms. I mean, we are developing this experience. We already within MIDI have faced the, not the problem, but the fact that in some case, in some DIH, they want a greenfield approach and start managing the ecosystem using the platform. In some other case, they already have their own platform. So what is really needed is an open API and interoperability layer. And we already defined this from our side. But if we come to some standard approach on this some way standardization open API to interconnect different IT tools supporting the work of the DIH, is something that the accelerator can really boost the work within the DIH that they are fostering. So I will suggest to work also in this direction.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment, Pierre-Yves?
Well, yeah, yes, I agree completely with Angelo's proposal. As I said, so during our work, so we try, to extract some functions and activities that are operated at each DIH level, and so try to collaborate at the network level. And for that, we need obviously tools or IT tools which are compatible each one to the other. So we can't ask all DIH to use the DIHIWARE platform. So we should be able to be open to other solutions, and obviously to accept interoperability and APIs between them. I agree with that point.
And then this should be a European B2B platform, as the Commission recommended, which means that it should be respective of European values and European legislation, like GDPR, or in the case of B2B, data sovereignty. And this is something that it is really a challenge for us. And in the manufacturing, we are also trying to propose it in other domains, and not just in the manufacturing domain. And in this case, the GDPR issues are quite relevant, and so this is also something that we should add to the to our DIHIWARE platform. The EDIH is covering nine domains and 3 main technologies, and so they need also to accomplish constraints and regulations regarding privacy protection and personal data. And so this is also something that I think we should consider. The second question is exactly this gap between regions and pan-European platforms, and in particular, in this case, for the DIHIWARE platform. And so we have, for instance, examples of pan-European platform. One of them is already in place, and it is the AI for EU, which is a platform with one technological focus, AI, of course, but multi-domain, in the sense it is not a platform just for manufacturing, but for several other domains. And then the point is how to fully exploit the potential of regional local innovation, especially in the domain of manufacturing. And okay, Nadia, would you like to address it?
Yeah, sure. I'm speaking on behalf of CEFRE, but also for the SMEs that with which we collaborate. I think that is really a huge need to exploit the local innovation, because there are a lot of companies that are really operates in a niche maybe of the market. They are making really beautiful innovation, and they have a local market. Just they are well known maybe in Italy, maybe in Lombardy, in some region, but they have not the way to go out from the national region, and they need really to become international, to arrive the regional level, so to create new opportunity of business. So it should be a bilateral, so not only, let's say, from regional to European level, but also to European level to regional. So I think it's really important that this kind of company are able to know each other, to strengthen the collaboration with new providers. And this kind of network supported by this kind of platform should increase the opportunities for new market opportunities, create and leverage on what I call a co-competition ecosystem. So an ecosystem where, of course, there is competition, but all the actors can collaborate together and exchange the data and offer the service in a competition way. So to be complementary. So also this morning in Tray 1, they say that it's really important to be complementary at service level, and what an Italian company can offer, maybe there is not another example in Europe, and this kind of platform offer really a structured model of collaboration, a way to arrive to new stakeholders, to new markets, using a structure that is already defined, some agreements, and trust, because all this trust is really important, because they are publishing their service, maybe are publishing their data, and they need to trust the network, to trust the partners that are on the network, and to create new connection that can really help this company to continue their work and to continue innovate. So this is really important to have such kind of platform that, as Piera and Angelo said, that should be interoperable, because otherwise we are just creating new silos. So it's really important to create an ecosystem of platform that can disseminate and exploit the knowledge of all companies in order to create a bigger ecosystem and with new opportunities of market.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Nicola, maybe the audience didn't understand, but Nicola is from Bari, and Bari is the capital city of the Apulia region in southern Europe. And so this need to have regional excellence to have a much broader market also outside of Europe, I think is something that it is really needed. Is true, Nicola?
Yeah, our idea is to extend to the entire COFA PDIH local network and to integrate the platform DIHIWARE with other business development platform, because we need to interoperate with some marketplace for to give our companies more services. And we think that the MIDIH with the FireWare standard is the best solution for our companies. This is what we have done here in Bari. We have involved more than 50 companies from manufacturing to services company, and the idea is to extend our experience from Bari to Italy to Confapi network. That's all for Bari.
Yeah, but these companies, do they already have an international market outside of your region or outside Italy, or are they just starting?
We have a mix. With some companies has some collaboration with the Emirate markets or some other part of Europe, and we have a part of our companies that have a local market in South Italy or in Italy.
Yeah, and so our message is for both of them, because of course we will ease the innovation and collaboration of SMEs which already have an international dimension, and then we will put local excellence SMEs in contact with across the interregional and pan-European potential market.
We don't forget that we are a small company. We don't have a large company. We have association of small and medium enterprises. But anyway, we have a good solution for the global market.
And this is more and more important, because since the company is very small, they do not have access to this kind of way to reach new markets. So they really need platform, they need the DIH to exchange and to promote the services and their products. Otherwise, they are cut off. They don't have the technological skills to have these, and also the European dimension to reach this kind of market.
We needed to accelerate the business of this company.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I have prepared the third question, and it is about adoption. And adoption of such a platform in digital innovation hubs, and which are, in your opinion, I think that the opportunities we have already analyzed, the opportunities, and we all believe that a platform like DIHIWARE could really materialize a lot of opportunities from a technical, but mostly from the business viewpoint. But now, in your opinion, which are the main barriers? So I don't know, language, culture, skills, infrastructure. What is your opinion about the main barriers which actually prevent from adopting at large scale a platform like DIHIWARE? The question is for you.
Okay, from my point of view, I think that we need more skill in the small company because we don't have a lot of technology people that are able to manage this new technology as MIDIH in this company, and I think that it should be useful for us to have more teaching, more expertise that we can take from the MIDIH platform to enable the knowledge in the small companies.
Okay.
From my side, so we discover, discussing with the members of our network, that language is a real point. because you know, so customers of DIH are local little enterprise, sometimes agriculture, which have not knowledge about English and so on. And so there is a need, you know, to try to adapt the content to the local needs and the local language. So it's a specific point that we need to take about.
Yeah, from my side, I can also add. Yeah, please, lady first.
Another barrier could be the legal, so the agreements to exchange the data and so on. So company needs really to understand how their data will be used and will be exchanged and so on. So also there is this kind of services that are crucial to be published and to be really agreed among all the company joining the platform.
Yeah, I was mentioning another barrier could be in some way the trainer issue that also in EDIH has been mentioned. I mean, EDIH for adopting these new technologies, not only the capability, the skill to use the tool, but also in some way all the methodologies has to be put in place at the DIH level and cross the DIH level to extract value on this collaboration. So the IT tool is one of the, in some way, one side of the medal. On the other side is all the methodologies that can really support the work, effective work within the constituency.
Okay, thank you. So our experience in MIDIH has been that we have a very variegated and heterogeneous landscape about the digital innovation hubs. And this was also in the experience, for instance, of Moritz Butter and Giovanna Galasso that you have seen in Train 1. And so we have digital innovation hubs which have a very solid technology background, and which are, for instance, our 9 competence centers. But we have also digital innovation hubs which have a more political mission, and some others which have a business dimension. And so I think that we should really have a different instantiation of our platform for these different aims. I make you one example, which is a typical function of a digital innovation hub, that is technology scouting, or the so-called honest broker. So this is a very difficult skill that need to be possessed by the digital innovation hub personnel in order to drive SMEs towards the most suitable solution. Because the main problem now for SMEs is the abundance of information, too many solutions. They are bombarded by ICT companies offering them their solution, and they really need somebody who is able to drive them through their digital transformation pathway. And in my opinion, this also neutrality of digital innovation hubs is something that it is needed. Sometimes digital innovation hubs are located in the same building of a big ICT solution provider. Sometimes digital innovation hubs are funded and sustained by these big companies. Sometimes they represent the regional interest, and so I think this is something that so we need to identify some new roles and professions which a digital innovation hub should have, and for each role and profession, like the honest broker, for instance, or the technology advisor, we should also list skills and way of behavior and behavioral modes, and this is something that we should work. And in my opinion, this is also something for the accelerator. And any further comment of this Q3? If not, I leave you 1 minute for each of you to make a conclusive statement so that we could close this panel.
Okay, I will start. So, okay, as we can see, IT tools can be absolutely part of the game, and what is behind the DIH for Industry initiative already mentioned is something that really try to get the most out of DIH experience and how to share this knowledge with the other DIH. So the intention is that IT tool boosted by methodologies like the ones that has been developed in MIDI and the other initiatives dealing with the DIH can really boost the effectiveness of this DIH. So IT tool is just, as mentioned, one of the ingredients. The methodology has the other ones, and the European policies and the standardization and interoperability mechanism to be put in place between the different platforms is the third ingredient that need to have to build our fight.
I can say that the needs of platform is a pain. So it's a really need or needs of company that have these needs for increase their business to arrive in European, let's say, dimension, international dimensions. So and also, as Sergio said, it's important that they can trust the people that are working behind this platform and that are offering the service as honest broker, because another pain is that there are a lot of offering on the service that they are not able to distinguish among what they really need instead of the different technologies. So I think this kind of platform can really help company to boost their market and to find new ways and new business models.
From my point of view, I'm confident that we'll find more experts or more people that will help the small company by MIDIHWARE platform. And I hope that some European project will help us to find these people and to give to those small company a more competitive. That's.
And finally, from my side, so we make demonstration that IT tools are necessary in order to support DIH operation. These DIH are really little capacity, and this IT tool needs to fulfill their need, and obviously to help them in their day-to-day work. It's really something that we need to think about. Not having an IT tool for having an IT tool, but an IT tool really useful, for their daily life.
Okay, thank you so much for all our guests, and we have just arrived to our final destination of our train 3. Maybe I invite Susanne Kühler to give a thanking message for all the attendance. As an information, we will publish all the presentations, and you have all the contacts of the speakers available, and we will also consider possible questions in the chat which have not been answered on the fly, and we will put them in the material accompanying this event. Susanne, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Sergio. I wanted to thank all the speakers, all the participants here for this event from MIDI. I think we have brought to your attention some interesting insights that might hopefully be helpful for you. I want to thank everyone in the name of the coordination team, which is Angelo Maguglio, Sergio Gusmaroli, and me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
una posibilidad de volver como la antes. No, eso es lo que se empieza a escuchar. Pero este fin de semana que se nos trasladó el mensaje de que estaban trabajando intensamente el gobierno central, el